that aside. Hello everyone, and welcome to Tales on Tap, a place where good friends get together and tell stories about setting sail on the baking train with Captain Flapjack and a potential incoming plasmoid massacre. Before we jump into tonight's session, we do have a couple of announcements, but let's say hi to everyone, shall we?
Ahoy.
Hello. Everybody.
Ahoy,
Hi. Yeah, we've got space backgrounds now, so enjoy that, guys. If everything disappears into the ether, just pretend it doesn't. But I just wanted to quickly say a massive thank you to everyone who tuned in to Last Orders last week. It was an incredible success, and there was a lot of chat engagement, which was amazing to see. And because of that, I am happy to announce that SpellJammer is no longer going to be a mini campaign, but is going to be elongated into a full, at least 6-month series. Mainly to an individual in chat who gifted subs to reach the goal. So,
yeah, massive shout out to Spottable Mammal for that.
Thank you for giving me a load more work to do in my already busy life. But
thanks for the elongation.
Oh, yeah, too hard. Start
early.
Yeah, to a great start, guys.
But yeah,
get your engines
ready because we've got a lot of space to see yet. If you haven't caught up with the first couple of episodes of SpellJammer, then head over to our YouTube channel, where you'll meet the characters in episode 1, and then also meet some key figures through the SpellJammer Academy as they set off, and also some very long combat. So it was fun though. It was fun. And yeah, and you'll also be able to catch up on some of the Fallen, which is our Tuesday stream, which we stream every Tuesday, except for this Tuesday for personal reasons. But yeah, all of that content's there, so be sure to head over to the YouTube and check that out. we are, as always, proudly sponsored by our good friends over at Valkyrie RPG, who sell beautiful math crystals, starter kits, and more. So be sure to head over to valkyrie-rpg.co.uk and use the code TALES10 at checkout to get 10% off your entire order. And as always, a reminder to make sure you go give our socials a follow and also subscribe to our Twitch channel. And if you have Amazon Prime, Chris, use that Bezos money and get your account linked and get that Prime Gaming sub, and you can unlock emotes and avoid all ads that may appear. So there we go. Does anybody have anything else to say?
Yeah, there's a huge one. By subscribing between now and the end of April.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, dang!
I got the giveaway.
Like one of the biggest ones, but it's fine. So guys, you guys at home, if you are able to subscribe to the channel, not only will you have our utmost thanks for doing so, and thank you so much for supporting the channel. Anyone that subscribes will be entered into our prize giveaway that's ending on the 25th of April. There are some cool prizes to win. Anyone that subscribes personally will be put into the prize draw. It's 1 entry per person. But if you gift subscriptions as well, the person that you gift a subscription to also gets entered into that prize draw. We do have an ongoing list of all of our subscribers. We got up to around 30 last Thursday, so there's 30 individuals that are currently involved in that giveaway. Make sure that you subscribe between now and the end of April to be in for a chance of winning some amazing prizes that have been given up to us by Valkyrie RPG. We've got dice to give away, some dice leather carry sleeves, which are quite cool, and also like rolling mats, which are all amazing prizes. So if you haven't already, subscribe below and you're in for a chance of winning some of those prizes.
Yeah, boy. Anything else?
Nice.
I think that's it.
Yeah? Oh, good.
I think that's it. It'll probably come to me. I'll get
the
halfway
socials-
through the session and
all
go,
the
oh
socials
yeah!
are in the thing below, or in the description thing. So
Yeah.
go down there. But yeah, and also join our Discord channel.
Yeah, do that.
Yes, do that. Where Dan is doing a build an NPC
I am doing a build your NPC.
for the Fallout game.
There's
So,
also people who are looking to join their own D&D games can find like-minded people on the Discord.
Yeah, absolutely.
cool.
Artwork, loads of cool stuff.
Yeah.
I think that wraps up the announcements, mate.
Okay, in which case, let's sit back, relax, as we get into tonight's episode of Tales on Tap.
Alright, as my friend Heskar would say, is this thing on? Anyway, Gurgle here, making our first ever mission reports back to HQ. Or second, if you found our friendly neighborhood hippo report of any actual intellectual value.
Oh shit.
Right, no backstory.
Wow.
Finally learned.
We're in a
That's
recap.
serious. Gurgle, self-preservation log, first entry. After arriving on a space station known as SpellJammer Academy, finishing the simulation that essentially was the initiation trial for our newly found group, acquiring new gear from Mr. Blip, another autonom fellow with a rather peculiar infrastructure and an infinity for firearms. The base sent out what at the time seemed like some kind of emergency call, with all the red lights and sounds, and to be honest, it kind of startled me for a little bit, seeing as in the past a message like that has usually been followed by an attack on our ship. Fortunately, it was only an announcement this time. We were told to report to the SpellJammer Nexus, located in the middle of our newly found home, and as we once again entered the lift, Heskar asked to grab Rory's hand in an attempt to calm himself. We really need to find a way to keep his anxiety in check, but maybe that's something we can work on in the future. Anyway, once we arrived at the Nexus, stepped into a large, dimly lit library filled with all kinds of terms, star charts, and scientific treaties. I must admit, it was hard not to notice a massive telescope located in the center of this hall of information, especially since the bloody thing was staring at me right in the face. I don't know what's about the technology that grasped my interest, but somehow I always gravitate towards it. Anyhow, Giovanni, almost salivating at this point, ran off into one of the many aisles in search for what I can only assume is his form of eye candy, whilst the rest of us were greeted by Sayeth Abazin, the primary researcher for this place, and apparently somewhat of a fashionista from what I could tell.
True.
After introducing ourselves, we were told that by Sayeth that the simulation we attended was part of our initiation. But it wasn't just a test, but actual footage of what happened the day of the Void Runner's demise. The Academy had just recently gotten back a black box on board the Void Runner, thanks to an enhancement placed upon it. Quite handy, I must say. And as we bore witness to the recording, we saw Captain Lyriel Silverthorn clutching her bleeding chest, warning the Toril Academy of some kind of ongoing attack against the planet. Something about life matter levels dropping, and some kind of group dropping something. That's when it hit me, and I cannot believe I didn't realize it sooner. Lyrian Silversong was but a rumor in my former circuits. One of the greatest astral raiders to ever grace the Outer Rim. A ghost story we talked about during the evening watches, and now she was dead. If whomever had taken her life was coming for the planet, we are in some serious deep shit. As we took a closer look through the telescope of Toril itself, we realized that something had damaged the shield layer surrounding the planet, and where there were these perforations, or where they had appeared, now there was nothing but barren wasteland. Bella asked what had happened to the people of one of the locations, as it seemed to have previously existed a city there. And I have to admit that I may have been a bit harsh in my response when I said that they mostly had been incinerated, but what was I supposed to do? Death happens to all of us at some point, and although it's sad that Bella seems to have some sort of connection to this water-deep place, it's not like moping about it going to help the dead now, is it? But who knows? Maybe I should apologize if I'm to gain these people's trust and preserve my already questionable survival. Anyway, after watching the last recording of the late Captain Lyrian Silversong, the professor told us that even though we had just passed initiation, we were being deployed on a mission to find out who was behind these attacks. And where were we going? The Rock of Brawl. My old home. I haven't been there in ages, long before I even thought about building my suits, and now I was going back to the place where it all began. Apparently the Academy has some sort of strategic alliance with the archives there. To be honest, that's just a fancy word for saying that they have no fucking clue of what they're doing, but I guess under these circumstances, that's not a surprise. After acquiring some more information, we were taken to the Skydock, where we once again met our simulation instructor, Tato, and the SpellJammer who's supposed to be our captain during this mission, Blackjack.
Hey!
It's not often you see a flunk, especially one that can talk and wears the pirate hat, but I guess there are crazier things in the realm space. Now with our whole crew assembled, we were introduced to our SpellJammer ship, the Astral Galleon. Not the best of names, but at the same time the name The Baking Tray, which my newly found comrade came up with, wasn't really that striking either. Either way, the
I won't hear
Astral Galleon baking tray is, from what I can tell, a modified A-class galleon constructed around 100 years ago, if you use the counting system on Toril, at least. Basically, an enhanced airship build equipped with runestone generators, plasmoid cannons, and most likely imported from some neighboring asteroid clusters with more advanced tech than Toril could offer. It's honestly a fascinating piece of machinery. I haven't seen the likes of it before. Whilst inspecting this beauty from afar, we were told our mission at the Rock of Brawl. Find a researcher by the name of Archivist Divino. He's said to help us with the search, and from what Sayeth and Barton Tarto could tell, Divino seemed trustworthy, despite the rather fragile alliance. When we finally got on board, after saying our goodbyes, my newly found crew acquainted themselves with our new vessel, whilst I started to tweak with the broomstone generators in hopes of giving us at least a little bit of a speed boost. Successfully, I might add. After traveling for several hours through space, Rory spotted something on the radar. It seemed like this journey of ours wasn't going to be as smooth as we had hoped. In a matter of minutes, we were descended upon by actual raiders, seemingly from the Stellar Syndicate. Realizing that our ship would not be able to outrun them, Heskar fired our ship's harpoon cannon and attached it to the Moth Star, whilst telling Captain Flapjack to make the ship ascend upwards as fast as possible. The rest of us managed, after some rather close calls, to take care of the shitheads that jumped onto our ship by tossing them overboard and letting zero gravity deal with them. A fantastic idea by Bella, I must say. Maybe I should keep a closer eye on her in the future. Anyway, after dealing with the biggest threat up to our survival, Heskar and Rory climbed onto the Moth Star with the rest of us in tow, and found a group of 9 or so plasmoid cowering in a corner. Heskar seemed intent on killing them, and Rory seems to share his opinion. To be honest, I don't mind wiping them off the board, but maybe they could prove useful if we decide to commandeer this ship as well. Although, killing them might be the safest option. After all, the less people who know I'm here, the better.
Nicely
What
done.
are you up to, you weird little blob?
What I will just say quickly, Gurgle, as you are doing that recording, you hear in your mind, towards the start, "Leave my boy alone." But that's just as you are recording. But as Gurgle rightly says, where we last left off, Rory and Heskar, you had just jettisoned yourselves over to the attacking ship, where you see in front of you this cluster of cowering plasmoid individuals, quivering in a huddle, having not received any orders for the last few seconds after you've quickly dispatched of the commanders of the ship. However, I'm going to ask what the individuals on the baking tray are doing first and foremost.
So, given that the back of the baking tray is now level with the moth, what sort of like visual range between? So are we level pegging? Is there some distance between?
Yeah,
so
you've essentially got level pegging now, because given the time, Flapjack has raced the ship, so you guys are essentially level pegging. You can okay, I'm not gonna say the word pegging again. You can see
such filthy minds, all of you.
oh yeah, you're better.
No.
So you essentially see the top of this definitely more high-tech ship than the one you're currently on. You see near this large helm almost like surrounded by it are about 6 plasmoids, and then 3 are near the front mangonel that was trying to fire at you, but they aren't interacting with the vessel, with the contraption just yet.
Okay. I was going to say something. That thought's completely gone. Oh, that was it. The things in our ear. Can we message more than one person at a time because it's digital, or is it like
open it? Yeah, you can open comms to everybody if you'd like.
Cool. So from the back of the ship, walking to the helm, having seen those two, I assume at some point just sort of float through space onto the other ship.
With quite a surprising amount of speed, as they basically went woof, 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 shoof, and
Holding
went
hands.
over.
Holding
hands.
It's like a hippo under war. He's just
Yeah.
They're fast.
I looked amazing doing it, by the way. Like, you ever seen a hippo float through space? Well, you have now.
so sort of tapping on it and opening up the comms to everyone. Actually, Giovanni's going to walk to the bags. Go, Roy, Heskar, what are you seeing over there? What's going on? Why have you boarded their ship at all? Am I seeing more plasmoids?
I don't know. Is he seeing more plasmoids?
Yeah.
Yeah, she just said I did.
Yeah.
Additional targets acquired.
Are you sure about that? They don't seem to be doing anything.
Well, I've always thought that you best shoot first, ask questions later. But
Well, that's a very silly idea, isn't it?
They
Heskar
don't
for
look-
saying they're not doing.
Targets
No,
were
go on.
operating as ship, attacking users in direct contravention of user safety. They will now be eliminated.
Are these creatures now making us in? Are they putting us in danger, Roy? Is my question right now.
right, do we get to do anything, or are we just not? Are we gonna wait for him to?
Let me just. You pause. Bella, Gurgle, what are you guys doing?
Well, while this conversation's going on and sensing there might be more fight ahead, she has made a beeline straight to the crate because
Yeah.
she is. And is rummaging for some health packs.
Uh-huh.
It's okay. I got you. Just give me a sec. I need to figure out how the fuck this thing works again.
You're gonna hear a bunch of knocking inside of the thing, and his left arm starts to sort of almost vibrate as this sort of yellow energy comes around, sort of surrounds the hand, and he places his hand on you and casts Cure Wounds.
Oh,
Nice.
okay. Thank you.
Vibrating right hand. Nice.
Fuck's sake.
Ooh. For
Working with what I got.
11 points of healing.
Nice.
Okay, that'll do for that. Thank you very much. I didn't know you could do that.
I have more if you need.
I mean, we'll see what they're doing first.
Okay.
Alright. Just let me know.
So, yeah, go on, sorry.
We'll do. That's all.
So on the ship, as you land here.
I don't. Commander, please. What should we do? Oh my God, they're here.
It's so fucking cute.
He's still on the open communication. Heskar will turn and look at Rory and go, Rory, take up parameter things. If they make a single move to hurt a user, you finish them. I'm going to have a look around to make sure that there's no more bad people.
Which parameters are you referring to? I
The
have
one-
over 7.
The one that if they do something bad towards the users, that you're going to do bad things to them.
Hostage parameters activated.
And Rory kind of, because as soon as we kind of Avengers posed onto the ship,
Yeah.
Rory just kind of just immediately sword arm out and just went out and grabbed one of them and just as Geo came on the comms, he was like about to cut one of their heads off. So he's still holding them and while all this conversation is happening, and he kind of puts it down, and the red glow from within his sort of helmet dome just fades to that sort of pale, sort of white light of his head. But the dome stays up, and he takes out his gun and just points it at them.
As I see him do that, go on, go on, Rory. Sorry.
It's all aggressions. You are now our prisoners.
And I will keep my gun on the rest, but as I move past them, I want to search, and look around, because I want to check if there's any other hostiles on the ship.
Okay, roll me a perception check, please.
I think I'm pretty okay at that. I am moderately okay at that. I am bang average at doing that. That's a 15.
A 15.
Yes.
So at the moment you're obviously only on the upper
14.
deck.
Sorry, 14. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so at the moment you're only on the upper deck, so your view is basically restricted to that. But other than these plasmoids, there does not seem to be any other individuals on board.
Okay, and that's just on the upper deck. Can I see an entrance down to a lower deck?
You do see a stairway, yes.
I'm gonna go down. Gun pointed out around every corner. SWAT Team Delta style, fucking every doorway,
This hippo going SWAT Team Delta, okay.
Yeah.
Can I go over the comm to everyone else and just say,
hostile secure, ship being searched.
Okay.
Rory.
I don't think they are hostile, but okay. As long as they're not killing them.
The one who you've just kind of said you are our prisoners now too.
Mm-hmm.
We're prisoners anyway.
Do not speak.
After a few minutes of that, you just hear, Rory's going to hear of the communique. Roy, talk to me. What is going on?
Hostiles secured. Ship being searched.
What are they saying? What are they doing? What is going on?
Bellow's just going to shout over, not over the comm. It might be easy if we just go over.
Yes.
Flapjack, you've got this, right?
I can handle the ship for now, yes.
Okay, okay, come on. And she's going to make her way over to the now tethered rope.
Okay. So, just roll me an acrobatics or athletics check for me, please.
Oh, not too bad, not too bad. Okay, where's the back of my dice? I'm just going to run it on the screen. Oh, awful. 6. I'm still pretty hurt, so...
Yeah, so you begin to make your way over, but again, you don't build up enough speed, so as soon as you leave the oxygen barrier, I need you to make me a constitution saving throw, because you did not take any of the bubble.
Oh.
Yeah, bubble suits, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dear.
Weren't you going to get one of those?
No, I was going to help her.
back.
15.
15. Okay, you feel the shock of the absence of any atmosphere hit your lungs, and it takes you aback, and you realize that you cannot breathe. And I need you to roll me. What are you doing now? Are you going back? Or are you going to keep going?
How far away is the ship?
So we said it was about 70 feet closing.
Mm-hmm.
So you are probably you've probably made it about 20 feet away from the baking tray. So you got about 50 feet to go.
Okay, so I'm going to. She wouldn't. She's going to misty step forward. Okay. So hoping to get within their bubble. Because I know it's only 30 feet, but that's what she's doing. And if not, it's within the rope, so she can still pull herself forward.
Okay, all right. So you misty step over. You're still outside of their barrier, but after having done the spell, you are again struggling. I need you to make another constitution saving throw for me, please.
Oh dear me.
That's a 7.
Okay. You feel any remaining air leave your lungs, and your grip on the rope loosens as you begin to lose consciousness. You are not fully unconscious, but you are drifting in and out. Your vision is going blurred from the absolute absence of any air getting into your lungs. And
am I able to say anything over the comms, or
it is?
Does that need
you have
air?
to talk
Yeah.
for that.
Okay.
But
Geo,
you see this first of all.
2 questions.
Yep.
Why is it always Una that's nearly dead? 2.
That's a question that cannot be answered.
Would a Misty Step create motion because she's? So would she have any sort of motion coming from it? Because it's a teleportation, but it moves you.
No, because she'd stopped essentially, and she'd basically gone vump vump.
Okay.
I was running into the Misty Step, maybe.
Conservation of momentum.
Yeah,
So
there was
it's-
no
so it's-
momentum to conserve.
Well, bollocks. All right. I mean, Geo can't do anything but sort of seeing Bella now, for some reason, walk through the bubble, not come back, and continue forward. He's just going to open the comms to Rory and go, Rory, Bella is struggling out there. Could you do something to get her in, please? She is nearly about to die, I think. And I assume Rory will take that on board.
Should I eliminate the prisoners?
No, please, leave the prisoners, save Bella first. Save user, then continue guarding them or whatever it is you think you're doing. Just come on, quickly.
He turns back to them and his the light inside his helmet goes red again. He's like,
Do not move.
and he runs. I'm going to run.
Okay.
And I'm going to try and skittle along the grab Bella and throw her towards the bubble.
Just vump.
Fuck you.
Are you literally just gonna like take her and just bring her into the bubble? Are you gonna put her on the rope? What are you doing?
No, I'm going to go as fast as I can down the rope to where she is, grab her, and throw her through space towards the bubble.
Okay. All right. Roll me an athletics check, please.
Right.
Fucking hell.
So unnecessarily difficult.
15?
Yeah, that's enough. Okay. So Bella, nearing unconsciousness, everything's blurry. You're unsure what's going on right now. You feel this intense like pressure on your arm before you are flung, and out of instinct you breathe in and you're able to take in that breath, and you realize that right now you are in an oxygen bubble, but you are not on stable ground. You essentially, because Rory's literally just thrown you towards the ship.
Has the ship got gravity though? So once she goes over it, would she not just fall onto the deck?
Are you going up like that?
I'm just
Then-
throwing her onto the deck.
Okay, I was imagining you splatting her against the side of the
not
ship.
against the side of the ship.
Like Looney Tunes.
I'm
Yeah,
throwing,
like, boom.
throwing her
Okay,
on.
fine. Never mind. You're fine. So you poof land with a thud amidst these plasmoids.
That's what I was intending.
There you go.
Throw her into space.
It was the thud I was looking for.
Do I take any damage?
You will take
Old.
5 points of damage as you hit the deck.
And one of skittles up and like leaps up and like bing, springs up and lands back where he was guarding the plasmoids, and he just draws his gun again, and like you see him kind of go like point at each individual plasmoid as if he's like counting them by pointing a gun at them, kind of thing. Like he's like registering all the targets again to make sure they're all still there.
Yeah.
Are
You
they all still
notice that they are all still there.
Okay.
You notice that a couple of them, before you get back onto the ship, were going to approach Bella before stopping immediately as you got back to the ship. But Bella, for the next 10 minutes, you're essentially suffering from the poisoned condition, but it's simply from a lack of oxygen. That's what it is. It's not actually poison, but it's from the lack of oxygen.
Well, I sit on my butt. That didn't go as planned.
Biological life forms are not suitable for the vacuum of space. You should safeguard it before making a crossing in the future.
Thank you.
Over the comms just here. You know when you went to the crate over there and you saw the breather bubbles and you didn't take ones and went to the void of space, what did you think was going to happen exactly?
The hippo didn't need one. Where is he, by the way?
Hold on, I'm coming over.
He is currently below decks.
Gio's just going to nip over to the crate, snatch up 3 bubbles, one for everyone.
Yeah.
And as he walks back towards the deck, he sort of looks through and goes, I don't think so. And the ship's 70 feet away, right?
Yeah.
So walking to like the edge of the ship, he sort of brings a hand out and just flicks it forward. And it, you know, like when warp drive happens, like in an instant, the like space is compressed, and he just sort of leaps the gap. And I'm going to vortex warp myself over in this sort of like hyper jump. And he just sort of like comes next to Rory and is like, right. So, hello, my little friends. How are we doing?
Just in the meantime, quickly, Gurgle, what are you doing? Nothing?
I'm grabbing one of those space bubbles.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not taking any chances.
Alright, fair enough.
I'm gonna try to implement it into my headgear and see if I can.
Can I be that guy for a second?
Can you not vortex whip yourself?
No.
No.
Can you not?
No.
I was gonna say, I was like, I'm looking to the vortex warping expert here. I don't know if you can do that.
Sorry,
I'm a creature within range. I exist. I'm in range of myself.
It can't be cast on self, though.
It doesn't say that. It just says instantaneous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will
that's fine.
say,
Okay.
for this, for the sake of ease, fine. You can
it's fine.
Oh, you've made yourself.
No, okay, it's fine. If I can't cast it myself.
In which case, athletics check or acrobatics check if you are going over the rope. There's no danger, it's just the pace at which you're doing it.
There is danger.
No, I mean, of
All
course,
right.
space.
I know, but I'm not an athlete. I'm a wizard. I'm not built for this. No. All right. So I'm just going to stay.
Rogue and ended up floating in space. I mean.
All right. You know what? Fair enough. Yeah. So breathe the bubble on, comes on, and just holding the rope. He's going to sort of like hold it in a loose grip and just kick off. So his hand is sort of sliding very gently across it. So there's never any point where he's not holding it.
Okay.
And just kick off and.
That's easy enough to do. I will say that you. I'm not going to bother doing it every time. Because otherwise I'm gonna have like 7 people floating in space, and there's only 5 of you. So.
Just all of us.
Not Captain Flapjack. Anything but Captain Flapjack.
He can survive in space, can't he?
Probably.
Who knows?
So anyway, yes, I'm over there now, and the same thing is said, but he has a bubble on his head now.
Cool. Right then.
Ella does shoot you a look, and because she probably heard the communicate to Rory. Thank you for that. She doesn't look at you, but well, thank you for that.
Fine, couldn't let you die now, could I? Far too interesting.
I'll let you die, but okay.
All right, I'm going to have to evaluate this friendship, but sure.
Okay. You see the plasmoids who are still cowering look to you, Gio, as you land, and you can see they're getting more and more frightened as more and more people arrive. There was an initial kind of beat of concern for Bella when she thudded onto the ship, but the rest, everybody is looking panicked, and you can tell that they keep looking to Rory.
Mm-hmm.
Not wanting to speak because they've been told not to.
Yeah. Sort of looking to them. Does there seem to be like a leader slime, like one with a hat, or I don't know, just some sort of air of
one with a hat. I've got a cowboy hat, haven't I?
Yeah, you do.
Yes, you do.
Actually, I think probably the top of the cowboy hat would have been cut off when my helmet came.
Yeah.
Those like dipping sauce hats, like with nachos in the middle.
Yes.
Rory's new function, guacamole holder.
Yeah. No, there doesn't seem to be. Roll me an insight check.
Okay. Oh, no, my dice. Insight. Oh. I'll take that. It's a 19.
Okay. So the one that Rory is holding hostage, the others seem to be looking towards. You're not sure if that is because that is a leader, or if it's because that's the one in immediate danger.
I'm sorry. I should clarify. I've got them all.
Oh, you've stepped away and you're.
I'm not like holding one. I put that one down with the rest.
You put that on the slide. Okay, cool. But basically, the one in front that Rory initially grabbed, that is the one that they seem to be looking towards. That seems to be kind of a leader. There is, with the 19, there is one of the plasmoids by the cannon. This one here, who seems to be slightly smaller than the rest, almost seems to be like the runt of the litter in a way.
Didn't get enough slime. Oh.
He didn't get enough slime growing up. But yeah, that's kind of the most you can glean.
Discern from these things.
Yeah.
Looking sort of towards them all and then to Rory. Rory, would you mind lowering your weapon, please? I think the danger has passed. We don't need to threaten them anymore. They're not doing anything. They're not being hostile. We can... No needless killing, okay? We don't have to if we don't need to. So, would you please just allow them to be a little bit more comfortable in our presence?
Rory is like turned sort of, well, you can't see his head because it's in this dome, but the dome is turned towards you and the slit in it. You sort of see his body just sort of go, oh, and just turn back to look at them for a couple of seconds, and then it goes, and like opens, and you see his head there normally again.
Okay.
Passive parameters engaged. We have won the
Thank you, my
fight.
friend.
We did
Everyone
it!
okay?
Heska,
Carry on.
you are going down to the lower level of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
You do not see any life forms at all.
Okay.
It seems to be clear.
I'm still going to be looking around. I want to kind of investigate it. I want to see if there's anything with any sigils, any kind of insignia on it, or I want to... Given... I'm also working out what type of ship this is, given my experience and that sort of thing as well.
Roll me an investigation and a tech check, please.
Which is nature, right?
Yeah, well, it's just intelligence-based proficiency roll. Tech check!
Okay, investigation is... Ooh, 15 investigation. I've got a -1 on that.
Okay.
And then I've also got a -1 intelligence, but that is an 11.
11 tech check. Okay, so you see a sigil carved into basically the metalwork on... Basically, it's almost like every panel has this sigil. And it is just a kind of disjointed S. And
does it look recent, or is it like it's been made? It looks like it's
it looks like a manufacturer's mark.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So it's an like
a very disjointed S.
Who's doing the next recap?
Oh God! Everyone roll a d20 except for
Just thinking that.
Pescar and Gurgle.
This is going to be interesting.
I completely forgot about that again.
I wonder what a Rory recap's going to be like.
I got a 13.
God.
I got a 14.
I got a 3.
Okay.
We'll find out next week.
So Chris, you'll be doing the recap.
Okay, you asked for it.
So when I'm looking around, obviously I'm looking for things like sigils, insignias, the kind of workings of the ship as well from the lower decks, but I'm also looking for like personal items, you know, like bags or things like that I can just try to gauge, because try to gauge whose ship it is, that sort of thing, get a feel for that sort of thing.
So with your tech
that
check,
15.
with the tech check first of all, you're not entirely sure about the make and model of the ship. You get the feeling this is from further out of space than obviously what you've seen recently.
Yep.
You can't pinpoint exactly from where. You get the sense that so the personal belongings that you find, you go into what looks to be a cabin, which has a set of, it's 5 bunk beds, so 10 beds total. And you think there weren't 10 people. There are obviously the 9 plasmoids, but then you go into another quarters and there is this large vat, which you would assume to be the sleeping quarters of the plasmoids. However, with your investigation check, you do notice that the porthole windows to the outside are barred. The door that enters to the vat room are also barred and locked with like series of locks, which have only they've only been released because the plasmoids are out.
Okay.
And you see what looks to be arcane sigils. You can't discern what they are specifically, but they're arcane sigils around the vat itself as well.
Okay, and in the other cabin, the other quarters with the 5 bunk beds,
yes.
Are there things lying about, like clothing? I'm looking for. I'm also looking for little trinkets, if there's any little trinkets knocking about.
There are a couple of.
I'm not asked about jewelry. I just want, like, if there's a bobblehead, Heskar will fucking, like, things like that. Like, I don't want anything, like, valuable. I'm just looking for.
Okay. Random shit.
Yeah.
We will say you. Okay, I know what you find.
Okay.
With that investigation check, well, first of all, there are a few chests which have similar orange-red coloured robes to what you spotted everybody wearing during the attack. And you also, at the bottom, underneath these robes, find a little bobblehead of a beholder.
Yay!
So when you flick it, it kind of goes like that and looks like it's laughing.
Oh, all about that. That's in my bag. Also.
And you see on the base of it, it says the Laughing Beholder.
I like that. That's in the bag. And I also, with the robes that are in the box, are there any that are substantially bigger that are Heskar size?
No, there wouldn't be.
I will take 2 sets then, rather than 1. I will take 2 sets of those, and they will go in my back, in my small bag. I'll put my bag back on, holster my weapon, and start making my way back up.
All right, you make your way back up.
Yeah.
My way.
Back to the top of the ship, unless Gurgle's doing anything.
Gurgle started to climb at this point. If he was able to.
Yes, I will say that you were able to attach it so that it's still got limited uses. This particular one, but you have 3 uses of an inbuilt bubble when you lower your helmet.
Cool.
Does Gurgle climb up the rope, or does he attach himself to some kind of zip line?
It's sort of.
I like to imagine he's got a little hook on the top of him. So
it's like sort of a hook detachment, but he's still sort of using his arms.
Nice.
Okay. All right, so you all make your way over. Heskar, you return to the upper deck of the ship.
All right, bitches. Who's up next?
All right, Gurgle. Let's calm down, shall we? I think there's enough tension to be dispersed here. I think these people have been taken. So we're going to turn to the one that was with.
You?
Dick.
Sorry.
Sorry, all of you. So, which one of you is in charge? I want to say, which one of you can I speak to about what you're doing?
Don't really have a leader. It's just not Jimmy. And points. Hang on.
And points
Jimmy the
to
the tiny slime.
The front of the litter.
Oh wow. We're all equal apart from him. He's a dick.
When he says his name is Jimmy, he has to turn and go, that is so cute. Okay.
Jimmy kind of looks over and just goes,
I'm fine with it.
So. Oh, I just can't get over that. Okay. Focus, Gio. So, you are all on this ship of your own accord, or because those raiders took it?
Is this happening before I get up? Or am I kind of approaching at this point?
I'll say that you're kind of approaching this point as Gurgle's also kind of landed. It's just kind of been a bit of a tense stalemate as Bella kind of recovers from nearly dying in space.
Hearing that from Giovanni, Hesco, well, actually, I think that these guys weren't here of like their own free choice. I'm very sorry for the way that like we pointed these my blaster things at you guys. My name's Hescar. I'm really quite rubbery. These are my friends.
Well, at least you've seen sense, big boy. Okay, so he is right. We are not here to hurt you anymore, if you are not here to hurt us.
No, we were just following orders.
Oh, excellent! They can take orders.
They might not want to take orders.
Oh no! But if Captain Flapjack gives an order, you best bloody believe it. Everyone's gonna follow it.
Okay.
He's not wrong. So, if you are following orders because you wanted to or because you had to, are you hostages? Is what I'm trying to ask you, my friends. Were you here unwillingly?
But they didn't look to Rory like, yes, we're hostages.
We were originally from Falks, and then the Stellar Syndicate came and took us.
So
all of you, or from your planet, or from space?
From Falks.
Oh well, that wraps up that mystery. Is this your ship or is this their ship?
I heard of Falks.
I'm going to have to.
I would like. I don't think you would, Bella. But Geo and Rory and Gurgle, roll me history checks.
Ooh, I'm good at those.
Yeah, just ask the smart people to do it. Smart characters.
Yeah. Totally fine. I get it.
She's out of line, but she's right.
Yeah. I wasn't even bothered. It went over my head. I was just like, yeah, that's fine.
Case in point.
That's fine.
Dirty 20, okay.
17.
For me.
Wait,
17 for Geo, 21 for Gurgle.
Okay. 20 for Rory. Yeah, with that, all of you know Falks to be a small, kind of, a very small asteroid planet in Xerxes space, which is known for having this ever-shifting landscape with no set atmosphere or material composition. It's essentially a jelly asteroid.
Sick.
Great.
So yeah, do you own this vessel of great magnitude?
We don't know.
Excellent news, guys!
No, you don't understand.
No.
The Stellar Syndicate, I think they can track it.
Oh.
Can I immediately, upon hearing this stuff, just turn and start looking for a nav console?
Yeah, absolutely. It's easy enough to spot because it is right on the top of the ship. It is. Where's the map gone? It is literally here.
Yeah, Gurgle's there with you.
Okay.
Gurgle, hearing tracking goes.
Okay.
So the first thing I want to do is I want to look at see if I can get any like information about the previous course of this ship, where it flew from, where it was like the history of its sort of star map kind of thing, if that's possible.
Yeah.
And also see if I can get into the system to locate any trackers or anything like that I can disengage.
Okay, the first thing you could do with ease, I won't require a check for that, but the second thing may be a tech check.
Okay.
Well, if it's not your ship, I don't think that we need it because we've got the baking tray. Look at it, it's so great. And Captain.
Two.
I'm going to use 2 fingers to pick it up, so you know I'm not turning it. It's a 19.
19, okay.
19. Yep. Plus 9, 28.
Fucking A.
Whoa, okay. Okay.
He knows the date it was built. Every captain, it's got like DNA traces.
This kind of technology is more my.
Yeah, so exactly. So this is very much more your speed than the galleon is. And with ease, you hack in to the navigation console and you bring up kind of layers and layers and layers of code trying to track the previous route and also notify any tracking that is on the ship itself. You spot that their course originated of this particular vessel, originated all the way over in Kara space.
Kara space.
Kara. Kara.
Yeah.
Space. It then flew to the Xeraxis space, specifically Falx.
Yeah.
Where, with that check, you note that it picked up 9 passengers.
Yeah. 9 extra life forms on board.
Yeah, 9 extra life forms on board. And then it moved again and looks like it was going to go to the Rock of Brawl. But before it hit the Rock of Brawl, something intercepted it and it had to divert course and it's gone round. And you have just intercepted it as it's going round. And you note, as you've hacked into this console, that the fuel supply is very low.
Okay.
But you are also, with that roll, 28, fucking hell, able to identify the tracking software, and you do notice a comms channel that is currently dormant, but connects to some kind of hub in Kara space. And I will say, if you wish, you are able to disable that.
Okay. I will not yet.
Okay.
But I will come over the comm to my allies.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say,
original course of this vessel was in Kara space, where it flew to Flux, picked up several life forms, and was headed to the Rock of Brawl. It was intercepted on its way and diverted towards us. Fuel is currently extremely low. I've also managed to locate a comms channel which is currently dormant. I suspect this to be the tracking. Would you like me to disable it?
Would you be able to...
With a wrench.
So delicate.
yeah. Rory's just put his finger in like a little socket and a little thing's coming out. He's like just interfacing with it rather than with a big tools or anything like that.
You've literally got like a hologram up and you're like swiping through things, like doing it very like with a lot of finesse. Meanwhile, Gurgle got a big old wrench.
Hearing that and sort of taking a thinking pose, he's going to sort of roll his eyes a little. Rory, do you think you would be able to disable it while keeping a firm, while saving the comms wavelength, so to speak? Do you think you'd be able to keep it on you while keeping it, so we could perhaps use it again from somewhere else?
Yeah, can I sort of make any recordings of like the frequency that this, or would that require us to turn it on?
At the moment, there is no. It's not like an old radio that's like you can see that you'd need to turn it on to then register the frequency.
Okay.
So there's no like like barcode or batch code or sort of thing that separates this one from the others to make sure that it can attach to the hub. It's just sort of like a long range frequency. There's no what separates this one from the others. At what point could that be taken in?
I am unable to determine the nature of the frequency and the signal without turning it on and potentially revealing what has happened.
Yeah, don't think we should be doing that, actually.
No, it's probably not a very good idea. All right, Roy, just disable it for the time being.
Well,
do something else.
Well, good people, obviously you were here because you was captured by bad people, but want to come and meet Captain Flapjack and we'll take you to some other place where it might be even a bit better than here.
Oh my god. I made a mistake. I don't want a menagerie of fucking jellyfish.
You didn't see this happening? I mean,
Should have let us kill him. Should have let us kill him.
As Heskar says this, Jay's sort of like, do you wish to go home, actually, first and foremost? You don't have to come with us to the ship. If you can pilot something yourselves, you could make your way back to Falx, was it? Falx?
Falx, I believe that there should be. I heard word of escape pods in the lower decks. We could maybe take those.
No, I disabled them.
What?
No, I didn't,
Did you?
really. I did a joke on you. Sorry, that wasn't very funny.
It's okay, my friends. He is new to humor. He's not serious. There's many ways for you to leave and go back to your home. We are not here to stop you. We just wish to settle this amicably.
Wait, hold on a moment. They don't want us to be our friends.
It's not for us to keep some Heskars. They are not things to be had. They are people to live. So
Yeah,
we must
that's
let them
why
do
I
what they
asked.
do.
That's why I asked them the question. I'm not telling them out. I'm asking them. I'm saying, yeah, want to come with us? They can come and meet Captain Flapjack and things. But if they don't, then that's completely fine. I don't want more friends anyway.
It's your accent. Sometimes things get lost in translation.
Wait, my accent? You sound like you're talking through a tuba.
What's a tuba?
What's a tuba?
It's like a big instrument that people play. It's really fun.
My accent is exactly.
Like it. And where did you say that these escape pods were? Did you?
The lowest deck, I think. I've never been down there.
Do you think there's enough for all of you?
We can
I can go and check.
And I'll start heading down towards the escape pods.
Remember, they can.
Okay.
Oh, so can you.
As Gurgle goes, I'm going to look to Bella and Hesco and say, "Be nice to them, please." And I'm going to follow after Gurgle into the ship.
Okay.
I know you said that. You
nice.
said that to me and Bella.
Both of you, yeah. So it's sort of as I'm leaving, like, "Be nice, please." As you're going
to leave, there's sort of a spark from Rory's hand where he's interfacing with the thing, and kind of goes like that, and then turns to you, just puts a thumb up, and says,
"Communications module disabled."
As you do
and
that,
you see it appear like almost like a e-reader on his face, sort of where his eyes are. Two little upside down, two little triangles, like two little lines like that.
Oh god!
Like appear as he's doing a thumbs up.
it's 2005's It's 2005's MSN Messenger.
Yeah.
As you do that, and he walks past, generally stops and puts a hand on your shoulder. And is like, "Whatever you took from Mr. Blip, I am really enjoying this. You are getting so much better, my friend. Keep it up. It's just wonderful."
Thank you. Your feedback is appreciated.
It's like a customer satisfaction.
Service bot.
That's great.
10 out of 10. Excellent machine.
Okay, so that's Gurgle and Geo heading down towards the escape pods. I mean, it's easy enough to locate them. You just have to go to the lowest level, which Sky, you didn't go all the way down, but at the very lower deck, which is kind of where the broomstone generators in.
This is going to be where one dude's there with a cannon or something. And I'm like, oh, fucking hell.
They were all just against a wall, just like, move.
We're not here.
Always behind this field of vision.
Yeah, but no, it is clear of any individuals, and being intelligent creatures that you are, you know that a ship like this requires a SpellJammer to operate, and given the magic that was being used by one of the individuals on the ship, you assume that they were the SpellJammer, and they had boarded your ship as opposed to staying on board. But yes, you both make your way down, and you see 4 small spherical escape pods embedded into the side of the ship, like vacuum sealed in. Think very much the escape pods that C-3PO and R2-D2 use to escape the ship.
Who are they?
That's already what I was thinking of.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is.
There's no life forms aboard. Should we check?
Exactly.
Well, at least there's somewhere for some to go. Gurgle.
I didn't hear that.
There. Could get that.
Yeah, that's true. Hmm.
Just out of
I might
curiosity.
just check if they are fully operational, though.
You do that. I'll check some of the arcane systems, see if I can glean anything from what's going on. Just out of curiosity, do you not feel a little sympathy for them? I mean, you are of the same people, no?
That's kind of racist, dude. Not all
Not really, I mean...
are, we don't all know each other.
I'm not saying you know each other, but what I'm saying is 2 of our companions were planning to gun them down without question, and you don't seem to want to talk or, interact with... I mean, I know when I talk to other ASMR, I feel a certain kinship. It's not bad, it's just being with your own.
Not really. It's kind of hard to explain. It's not like... Yeah, no. Not really, no.
Just
That
now.
wasn't much of an explanation at all. Okay.
It's... Yeah, no, it's complicated.
Well, we
But
have
no,
plenty of
I
space
don't
and
really
plenty of
feel
time.
any sort of kinship towards them, no.
All
I
right,
mean,
then,
I feel bad for them. Sure. Yeah. But, had they maybe, I don't know, made smarter decisions in life, they wouldn't be here.
You did not.
I mean, from what I'm...
I need to kill Gurgles.
From what they said, Gurgle, it sounds like they were abducted from where they lived. It's not about making life choices. Some people just can't defend themselves. That's what we are doing now, defending the defenseless.
Yeah, but they could probably have escaped at some point.
I
mean,
mean,
we all have.
if they could have, they would have, but they didn't, so they couldn't. It's not a case of they didn't want to. I really do have to question all the people I'm with right now.
Let's just make sure that they get home safely, shall we?
Let's do that, okay. And just, I said it to Heska and I said it to Arnie, I said to you, no unnecessary killing, please. It's not good.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I'll think about it.
if the vat they were in was anywhere close, I want to sort of just... I'm just checking out the systems, but if the vat appears, I want to check out just Arcana in the area, see if I can glean things from what is
roll me an Arcana
around.
check. And Gurgle, what are you doing?
After this conversation, Gurgle has slowly put down his tinkering tools.
Yeah.
Not gonna fuck with the pods.
Okay, because that's what I thought you were
son of a
gonna do.
bitch.
Oh,
Why am I always
wow.
the nice
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. That's what I thought you were gonna try and do. So you're not gonna do that.
No. After speaking to Gio,
Hey.
not
Moral
gonna do
compass
that.
in the house.
Currently, Gurgle is on standby.
Okay, you're on standby.
Right, Arcana.
But just for
okay.
a passing glance, they seem to be functional. Go on.
So I don't want to get a natural 20 for a 27.
27.
Oh, natural
God
20!
Damn. Okay, so with that, oh god, you see everything. You see all magic ever. No.
I seized a weave.
Oh my
I am
god!
one with
I
the magic.
hacked into it. You see some very faint kind of glyphs that line the pods themselves, like where they're sealed in, which just simply seem to be like almost like just atmosphere safeguards, just to prevent any leaks from happening. And you could tell that as soon as these are detached, there will be some kind of closure to seal up any breaches in the ship's sides. Hull.
Yep.
Thank you. I know ships. This campaign, it's all good.
I mean, you came out with bosun in the first session. I was
Yeah,
like,
I can do
oh,
bosun.
fucking hell. Knows what a bosun is, but not a hull. Nice.
That's the one thing I know.
Started with the bar way too high.
I know, yeah.
I did. But you kind of like begin to have a look around, and you kind of recognize some of the arcana that it almost seems like arcana has been fused with technology to power the ship as a whole. It seems as though there is some kind of enhancement through magic that allows this ship to enter what is essentially warp drive.
Ooh.
Take it all.
Is this sort of, seeing as I have I will always have pens and paper on myself, is this something I can take down as a sort of I don't know, like the spell itself or the magic that is infused into this thing? Could I,
with that check, you are able to almost take it to the like you follow the wire essentially to the source where the arcane sigil is in full flesh. It's almost like a teleportation circle, but on steroids. You with that arcana check, you can absolutely take that down. Like, it will obviously take you some time to transcribe it and make sure it's perfect.
Yes.
And it's not a spell that you can use yourself. You cannot go warp drive. It needs to be combined with brimstone tech and sufficient shielding on a ship. But it is something you can absolutely take note of.
Then, yeah, I mean, I didn't assume I could just go warp drive for me.
Warp drive full.
turn into Neo. I can see the Matrix.
I'll meet you there.
So yeah, sort of, Gurgle, if he's on standby, he's just gonna sort of CJ like, oh, this is fantastic. Oh, that is beautiful work. I love it. I just, right, okay. And like from his bag, he's just pulling out paper and pens, and he's just finding the flat surface and just very carefully, with like clearly sort of someone who has written a lot in his time, just like perfect circles, and then just it's the tiniest flicks, but he's like, whoa.
So this is another library, huh?
Why is everyone so against learning? No, this is if I get it down properly,
I'm
and we can
learning, but it's just that books are really not my style.
Yes, mine neither, but if I can get this down properly, we may have capabilities to move ships akin to something to warp. So give me some time, and I'm going to take this down, and I think you'll find this very interesting, my friend. And it just, however much time it takes to...
Why didn't you say so?
I just did. You didn't give me a chance to make it interesting for you.
I'm gonna go and check if there's any mechanical things that, like if the brimstone generators are different, or if there's a shield generator nearby that I can disassemble and basically bring onto our ship.
There, we're stripping this bitch.
All right. Are you where are you looking where Geo is, or are you looking at the entire ship for this?
I'm gonna start where Geo is, but I'm on a mission.
Investigation check, please. In the meantime, Plasmoid Gang, what's happening?
Okay, so this time that since they've disappeared, Bella has changed her demeanor slightly. She's definitely taken a softly approach with these plasmoids, just making sure that they are okay. And I mean, she's dealt with tortured people. No, Dan. Just
what? That was a hug. That was nice.
Just dealing with them and making sure that they're okay.
Okay. You can see that they almost don't know how to respond to the affection and the comfort. Like it's completely like foreign to them, and they're almost suspicious of it. But they're kind of like taking a reading of you, and like it takes some time, but they slowly begin to almost like accept it, and you can feel like, because all this time there's essentially been like ripples of fear coming off of them, like jelly shaking, and it begins to subside. And in particular, Jimmy, the little the smaller plasmoid, kind of comes closer to you and is kind of listening intently to everything you're saying.
Cool. So I'm hoping that they would have stopped doing what they're like. I mean, they were like manning the guns and stuff. So I'm trying to kind of get them to stop doing what they're doing.
Oh yeah, they very much abandoned weapons. Like they themselves have no intention to fight you. Like kind of speaking to them for a little bit, know that they were simply following orders, or else.
Is there like I don't know much of your race, but is there stuff you need before you go to the pods, or like, I mean, do you have stuff? I mean, I know that might sound insensitive, so I don't deal with a lot of oozes.
We just have our vat, which isn't exactly gonna fit.
Do you need that though?
It has nutrients we need. We might be able to put it into vials, but we can't get through the arcane wards to tamper with it. We don't have permission.
Well, we have friends on here that are quite magically capable, so they might be able to help you with that.
Okay.
I mean, is it as simple as permission? I mean, I can give you permission.
No, it's the person who put the wards in place.
I'm gonna tap my headpiece and go, Giovanni, would you mind doing me a massive favour, please? There's some, like, magical thingy presences on the door towards the vat. Could you disable those, please? Over and out.
Giovanni!
I've not been caught at for a long time. Usually I'm doing other things before.
Okay.
Right, okay.
I'm getting you back, you bastard, because you always mispronounce my characters' names. And every other NPC name and everything I do, you always mispronounce them. So you are now Giovanni.
I mean, look, yes, in certain circles I am. It depends what we're doing.
Plus would say
no. Sort of midway through sort of drawing up the arcane sigil that he needs, he's yes, I saw that. I will do my best to undo whatever is stopping them from getting in. Don't worry, they will have what they need.
Thank you, friend.
And then Heskar's going to sit down, cross his legs and sit down. You're talking like, you know, crossed arms, fingers on mouth types, like sit down. Or, like,
applesauce, yeah.
Sit down, and he's going to be like,
So, my name's Heskar. This is my friend Bella. What is your names?
I don't need you to reel me off 9 names. We can roleplay that, unless you've got 9 names to roll off. This is Timmy, and Joe.
And Jimmy, the one they hate.
So one by one, they kind of all like pipe up. They've joined you sitting crisscross applesauce.
Yeah.
Because they for some reason you put them at ease a bit more than Bella did originally, but now she's calmed down. It's kind of like
the one that held a gun to him calms him down. I love this.
It's more your general disposition.
Yeah.
That is slightly more calming. But one by one, they kind of pipe up and...
I'm Alkextel. That's Delgorlak, Delis, Thorigleb, Norgobith, Antilis, Deblexic, Gleblix, and Jimmy.
Okay, so can you spell those out for us, please?
Well done. Well done.
I will just copy and paste it into
the notes.
The notes.
Well, 6 months down the line when we meet this team again.
I have to say,
the Discord, into the Twitch chat.
You want me to put it in the Twitch chat?
Yeah.
I can't because I don't have Twitch open on my laptop, but...
well, I have to say that they are very, very wonderful names. I'm very sorry for what happened to you, and I admit that I came across a real brash and I held a gun at you, but please just understand that I thought that my friends and the ship that we was on was like in proper jeopardy and things, and actually now I feel like you're really nice people folk.
I mean, we're not technically people or folk, but...
Well, I don't know what you is, but okay.
We appreciate it. We understand. You were just trying to survive.
Yeah, now, I've got a very, very important question, right? You guys have, operated on here for a bit of time, right? You kind of know, like,
Yeah.
the ins and outs and how everything works a bit.
We had very restricted access.
Can you hold a wench?
A wench?
Yeah, in your hand, a wench for doing the screws.
Yes.
Excellent. You see those guns at the front of there? Want to help me get them off?
Is that an order?
No, I'm asking very nicely, though.
Okay.
How about if I ask very nicely and you want to do it, I'll give you a gift.
Isn't that bribery?
No, it's just a payment for doing nice things for people that you like.
We don't need a reward.
Oh, I was going to give you your free will back, but fine, let's go. And he just kind of like hops
You're
up.
get that anyway?
No, yeah, we were.
Yes.
Again, I'm just joking around. Want to help me?
You don't have to if you don't want to.
Come on, Jimmy! And like Heskar will just get his wrench out of his like belt and just like start skipping towards the front of the ship.
Jimmy gets up and helps you very quickly.
He's literally shouted Jimmy because he can't remember the rest of the names. Legitimately, like,
Just Jimmy.
Just Jimmy. Like, can't remember the
That's
rest of the
fair.
names. But then I want to try and like take off and work out if I can remove those like the weaponry from the.
Okay. Roll me an athletics check with advantage.
I get advantage on athletics anyway.
Okay, never mind.
With super advantage.
Gurgle, what did you get for your investigation check?
19.
19. Okay, so the brimstone generators themselves seem to be pretty standard issue, but the shield console is a lot more enhanced. It's too big and too kind of intricate to deconstruct and move over. However, it's one of those things that you could potentially scavenge the components you need from the rest of the ship to mirror it on the baking tray or any other ship if you so wished. As you're kind of looking around, though, you see the helm of the ship itself. This large, ornate, throne-looking chair with a console in front of it that seems like it could quite easily be lifted and planted somewhere else.
All right. So I would then try and gather all the parts that I would need to fiddle with the shields on the baking tray, and popping them into my my storage area.
Your storage
I would
area.
then, well, because basically a giant mixer. I would then try to see if I can detach the throne and lift that as well.
All right. I will say, like in your suit, it is relatively easy to do. It's quite maneuverable. It's not quite a spin wheel office chair, easy to move, but you are able to detach it from where it stands. You will obviously need help getting it over to the baking tray, along with all the other components that you've acquired. But in general, I'm just talking for the the sake of expediency, because obviously we could be stripping a ship for a long time. What is your plan here?
My plan is to take the console chair and take the parts and basically have enough so that I can reinforce the shields on the baking tray.
Okay.
Or try to reinforce the shields. As well as the throne seemed to be quite important, so I could tinker with that later on.
All right, sounds good. And the rest of you, what is the overall plan here?
We're getting, obviously, the plasmoids ready and off the ship. We are going to take down the sigil so we can improve our ship, and then the shields. I think that's all we're doing, right?
So...
I'm taking the weapons off, but as I'm doing it, I want to know if I can reattach them. Because of my history with taking apart things, I want to know if it's easy enough. I'm not going to reassemble it, but through taking it apart, I want to know if it's hardwired into the ship. If it is, I'm just going to fucking throw them off.
The mangonel is hardwired into the ship.
I'm just going to start detaching that, and then I'm just going to fucking push it off into the void space.
The other, like the kind of plasma guns, which are kind of located, because it looked like a moth. The massive
eyes.
Yeah, so they were in the eyes. So you've gone into the eyes, and these are not hardwired into the ship. They're almost separate, kind of like the spinning pods that you can like boom, 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 boom. Yeah, exactly that. Which
Clone Wars dropships.
Yeah, Clone Wars. Yeah, 1000%. And so it'd be.
I
difficult...
love Harry Potter.
That's great.
So it'd be very difficult to kind of implant those onto the baking tray, like just in terms of space. But they aren't hardwired into the ship.
Yeah. Heskar's more taking the weapons off in case somebody comes to try and salvage this. It's more... I'm not taking things for that. If I could take them and in my head I'm like, this could possibly work, fine. The mangonel I'll take off, and he's just pushing that with Jimmy's help off into the void of space. And he's just detaching and trying to like... circumvent somebody coming across the ship and it being a fully fledged ship that they could just take, and it would, you know what I mean?
I will say, given your experience, and if you take some time doing so, you are able to prevent any weaponry from remaining aboard this ship. I do not think you'd be able to use any of that onto the baking tray.
That's fine.
The nature of the ship you're on.
Am I able to locate any nearby like asteroids? Does this ship have any kind of like autopilot function, so we can like set it on a course and send it into an asteroid or something like that?
Why have I taken the weapons off there?
Because you spoke first.
I know.
No, simply. So what you would know is that typically a spelljamming vessel like this, and like
so this won't move unless it has a spelljammer.
No, not unless you attempted to hack into it and hijack that component.
Oh, does it have a self-destruct?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is there anything like that I can do to self-destruct or send it towards an asteroid or anything like that?
First of all,
let's not self-destruct it. Our ship isn't fast. We
don't want fast.
We also
30 feet a second.
We also do have a spelljammer just on the other ship. She may be able to.
We can't abandon the baking tray.
But for a moment to do what we need to do. We're talking about hacking into things. Well, Benna's not there. Don't worry.
Forget it. The weapons are disabled. It's fine.
There are a few kind of like ice-based asteroids around, but they're very small and they're more resource gathering kind of things at the moment. But
so for the rest of the time, I'll just be guard duty on the hostages and helping Heskar if he needs me to sever any steel wires or anything like that.
All right.
So the thing the sigil is engraved into, the actual spell itself, does that look like a separate part of the ship, or is it more like someone's transcribed it onto it? Is it
They've
something that could
transcribed
come
it
away?
on. No, it's been transcribed on.
So it's not like there's not like a specific section that is spell and then engine. It's that something that comes away. It's just I've inscribed this onto an engine. It works.
So it's like the engine was the thing that's built in, and it's been inscribed in the metal plating and the actual engine itself, and then it seems to work.
All right. So when I've transcribed it down properly, I'm just gonna roll it, put it in I have map cases, so just into one of those, seal it away. I will take a quick look at their what's it called? Their holding tank thing to see what the sigils look like, and if I haven't got to spell magic, but I want to look if I can actually just sort of mess with it enough for it to undo and break.
Oh, it's actually on sideways.
I don't know. Dan, can you fix it?
No.
It's so looking at it, it seems to be simply a protection. Well, not even a protection ward. It's just an abjuration ward to prevent these plasmoids going in or out of the vat unless it's lifted. You know that simply by scratching these runes out,
it
disable the magic, but obviously you get the impression that these individuals they did not know that. They didn't, nor do they ever have the free time where they were not observed to do that.
Yeah. So yeah, he would very simply just take in that, just with something around that looks sharp, errant screwdriver, whatever, just fuck with some of the sigils and just release it all, and then over the comms to that is free for them to re-enter if they wish. Seal's been taken down.
Hearing that, Heskar will like skip over and go, "Good, guess what, friends? We have managed to free your thing from the clutches of magics. So you can go and do your thing now. I have to say it was very lovely meeting you all. I'm very sorry that you could not meet my bestest friend, Captain Flapjack. But hey, you may be able to eventually if we see you again."
I think we're going to try and head back to Falks. We may have to try and get a bigger vessel.
Okay, bye! And Heskar just spins and just like starts walking off. And he will legitimately try to get back on board the baking tray. Like his work here is done. Just like
my work here is done.
Legitimately, like he's just said bye to his friends and he's gonna run.
If you need a hand with the stuff that's in the vat, I mean, I can help you pack that up if you need. Otherwise, I mean, I'm sure you're capable.
I think we'll be okay. Just be careful. We didn't go to the Rock of Brawl for a reason. I don't know what that was, but...
Do you know, Rory said that you were directed round something? Do you know what that was?
No, we were in our vat at the time, but I felt the ship stop, and through the window there was a big searchlight.
Oh, interesting.
And then we changed course.
Okay. So maybe someone was looking for you that didn't want to be found. Okay, that is very helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
You be careful too. I don't know how far these escape pods go, so...
We'll figure something out. We're resourceful when we're not.
Well, the SpellJammer Academy is not that far. I mean, we literally haven't come that far. It's less than a day away, especially with any sort of decent propulsion.
Oh.
That they might be able to help you with a extra help.
Okay. No, that is it. So yeah, hang on.
Stupid. Can we turn this off? And they kind of look to each other and kind of nod emphatically, like with a destination in mind. It's always bolstered their spirits a bit more, because otherwise they weren't really sure what was near. You could tell that they've not really got a clue where they are in the Astral Sea at the moment. So having a destination in mind, and I assume you kind of broadly gesture to where you've come from, essentially.
Yeah, I would have even maybe have sent them towards Rory to give them an actual coordinates or whatever.
Yeah.
She wouldn't know that, but I would have pointed them towards Rory for that.
Rory, after sort of seeing this request, he would just he would look down at them for a minute and then turn his head to you, Bella, and say,
"Giving hostiles sensitive information is not advised."
They are not hostiles. Just because they are not users doesn't mean they're not hostile. Slurring West bit. They're not users. Doesn't mean they're not hostiles.
They took hostile action against us, endangering the lives of users. They are hostiles.
They took defensive actions to save themselves against strangers.
You hear like a kind of going from his head. He's like,
I must update my definition of defensive, I think.
We can work on that.
He is alive.
He turns down and looks down at them, and his head sort of starts to glow a bit red, and he says,
"Any attempts to follow or hinder my users will result in your termination. You have been warned."
We won't
You can find the SpellJammer Academy by following these coordinates.
And you can see they are scared shitless, but they
Yeah,
kind of like nod.
When his voice changes back to the customer service, his goes from red to the dull white light again.
Yeah, you can see every time like the red appears, they kind of like that quivering starts again, and then like yeah, just like, oh my god. But yes, they take that on board and kind of nod, and they thank you all before getting into 2 of the escape pods, 4 in one, 5 in the other, very smushed in, but they almost just become this like gelatinous like mass that seems to function. It has all the heads of them all. Yeah, just like the is it the Absorbaloff in Doctor Who? Just all the heads around.
What a reference! What a reference!
There you go. There's a reference for you. But yes, I will say that Gurgle will absolutely need someone's assistance to bring the spelljamming helm, which is what it is called, over to the baking tray.
I will attempt to help.
Okay. What I will say is that Captain Flapjack, in the meantime, oh my god, this is way too upbeat. Yeah, no, it's fine. Captain Flapjack, in the meantime, has brought the ships closer, so that then there's now only a 20 feet kind of distance. It's just so the shields don't intercept, but you've now basically got shield-to-shield contact, so there will be no...
We're docking.
That's the best
you're docking.
Shield contact.
Tip to tip. Love that.
Gingerly touch up.
Yep. I was literally thinking earlier, I was like, I don't think there's going to be as many sexual innuendos in this
really?
as there is in Holland.
I'm sorry.
So,
I got the tone down.
Heskar will be recanting everything that's just happened to Captain Flapjack, telling him about his new friends, but telling Captain Flapjack not to worry because Captain Flapjack is his best friend. And he will then pull out the laughing beholder, and he will then, where the helm is, he will then, because I want to put it on his helm and like try and attach it to his helm and be like, I got you a very nice thing, Flapjack, because I love you.
Oh my goodness, it's so cute and so little, and I really like it. Thank you so much.
And takes like one of the tendrils and like bounces it and just goes and then like does a backflip, and it's just like clearly very happy with this.
Yeah. Like if all of you guys are going to like on the brink of death and there's you guys and Flapjack to save, you best fucking believe that you are all meeting your demise for the sake of this flump.
It's a two-way street, buddy.
I know. But yeah, I'll just be recanting. But as I'm there, like I will be swigging like crazy out of my flask.
Okay. All right.
Like this ordeal's been a lot, so I'll be like slamming it back.
Slamming it back. All right then. So slowly but surely, you all manage to get yourselves aboard the baking tray once more. Spelljamming helm in tow. Takes a little bit of work, but you're able to do it. Kind of having to tie it off and almost pull it through. Onto the ship. But what are you laughing about, Evan?
No, Gurgle was just going to go to Rory.
So, do you want to throw?
The hell?
He kind of like turns, looks at you, and like, are you holding anything?
Yeah, I'm holding
chair.
this
With the chair, the chair.
The chair, yeah.
He kind of looks and like you see him sort of like calculating like the weights and the trajectories, and you hear the and he turns to you and goes, "Bro."
Oh my fucking god!
I swear to God, you just said bro.
Bro. What the hell,
bro?
Okay. Is this happening?
Okay, you're throwing. I'm catching.
How big is this thing?
It's a throne, basically.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, if I see this happening, I'm gonna come over maybe that's not the best idea. I mean, you're essentially throwing, if you miss it, you're just throwing a projectile at this wooden ship.
I'm fine with it.
I had calculated the trajectories.
I tried.
Also, Rory, you, having calculated the trajectories, would know that the force you could throw would not remotely damage or meet the ship's damage threshold, even if it just ping off and into space. That is the worst thing that can happen.
Okay.
You said that.
I don't even know if I'm going to be able to pick this thing up. I'm not strong.
I know you're not.
But I will attempt to.
All
once
right.
Gurgle's in position, I'll attempt to.
All right, roll me athletics check, please.
Oh, I'm proficient in that. It's fine.
And then Gurgle, I want you to make me
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay, Gurgle.
I'm hoping it.
Gurgle, you see from Rory's surprise, this strength that just doesn't seem natural, like from his
He kind of like almost like he doesn't even use his arms. He almost kind of like collapses down a little bit and almost turns into like a jackhammer, but like a spring operated.
I'm imagining you to be like a trebuchet or something,
like a carjack. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like, and he just kind of goes and like extends himself out from underneath.
Okay, roll me a dexterity check, please.
Can I, if I spot that, can I rush to try and help him?
You are busy recounting everything to Flapjack right now.
That's fine. That's completely fine. I was on the edge of saying it anyway. I was just like, I should have helped. Hescal probably wouldn't. He'd be like, oh wow.
That's actually good. It's 19.
19. Okay, so what I will say is that you, inside the suit, are like, oh shit, pulling levers as much as you can, and just out from you, your arms just kind of go dump and almost caught mid-air. Yeah, so your arms don't kind of brace for the momentum because you obviously can't feel it and track it through. So you literally catch it and then fall backwards.
Ass over tea kettle.
Yeah, 1000% just boom. But the helm is now aboard the baking tray.
I'm gonna leave it.
Well done. That was a fantastic catch.
I'm gonna leave it for a good 30 seconds or something, and then go, Google, watch out!
This guy.
Rory from over at the other side of the ship puts his thumb out, and you see the two little upside down, two little upside down V's appear on his.
I love it.
If I spot that,
underneath the share goes.
Thumbs up all around.
Like Terminator.
Yeah. Okay, so being back aboard the baking tray, you'll kind of get yourselves ready to once again set off. You think you've probably got about 3-4 hours left to travel to the Rock of Brawl, assuming if Gurgle is tampering with the Broomstone engine once more to kind of propel it further, you could cut that down to maybe a 2-hour journey.
I mean, we can see it from here, right? No. It's about 10 minutes away, but the ship goes we can see the fucking place. If Gurgle hadn't have caught that chair, it would have collided with the place we're going to, right?
Just gonna Rosie and Jim canal boat our way towards this fucking thing.
Yeah. We're all on the back of the boat, just going.
Rosie and Jim.
Wow, that is old.
Rosie and Jim, let's go.
There's our crew name.
I'm not even the DM here, but you can have inspiration in the Fallen for that reference.
You can have it in this one. I'm
gonna add that to Clovis right now.
Okay, fine. You can have it for Clovis. You can't have it for Rory.
While they're tinkering, Bella would have just kind of stood next to Geo and said, I'm sorry that I said I wouldn't catch you. My humour sometimes misses the mark. I would have caught you. Or sent someone else to help you. Probably sent someone else to help you.
Well, as long as it's help through someone, I can only say thank you. Don't worry. I was trying to stop us from murdering creatures that didn't deserve to be. So my humor wasn't where it was supposed to be either. I believe you, Bella. Don't worry. I don't think you are that awful of a person.
I'm glad someone thinks that.
You are actually going to be quite helpful on this trip, I think. You are familiar with the planet we looked at, aren't you?
Yes, intently.
I thought so. When we get to Brawl, would you be able to we found a map, for example, of the planet's surface, would you be able to discern it a bit better than someone else?
Of course. I mean, I've traversed most of that continent. So yeah.
I am sorry for what is happening to it, Bella. It is not right.
I hope we can reverse it. And I hope they got out before it happened.
Well, if not reverse, at least save what is left, says. Much to be done, and I have a lot of thinking to do.
Indeed.
You, I don't know what you do to relax, but I would do something before we get to where we're going. I have to start writing some things down. I will be down in the halls if you need me. He sort of tucks his bag up a bit and makes his way to the innards of the ship.
And I kind of just sit down and takes Sai onto my lap, and I start talking to him.
He listens intently, as always. Kind of curls into you a little bit, and especially like the areas where you're injured, you can see he's almost like going towards them and like patting them gently, just trying to make sure you're okay, before kind of scurrying up and curling into like around your neck and just kind of like as much of a cuddle as he possibly could. Ooh. Just a little guy.
My little guy.
But you all set off on what, with Gurgle's furious tinkering, will now be about a 2-hour journey. In these 2 hours, is there anything in particular anybody would like to do?
I'm purely keeping an eye on the navigations consoles for any incoming threats or anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Easy enough to do. I won't get you to roll for it. Scar, are you having a bit of a natter with Flapjack?
I will for a little bit, but then
Yeah.
I will be doing something else entirely. Heskar will go to where there's like an open space on the deck. Start taking not all of his clothes off, but down to like down to shirtless. And where the mast is, he's gonna kind of practice battle maneuvers where he'll go up, pretend to pull a gun, and then like backflip out, to try and and then he's basically practicing movement and trying to get a bit more nimble on his feet when he's moving about. So you'll see he'll be running along the edge of the ship and then kind of jackknife off back onto his feet, just kind of training more than anything.
Just for the sake of seeing how well you train, can you roll me an acrobatics check for me?
I'm good at those, believe it or not. I am proficient in that as a hippo. And that is
He's a hungry hippo.
15 on the dice for a 22.
22. Anybody who remains on the upper deck, I mean, even Rory, kind of just for curiosity, and you're just constantly trying to learn new information about the world, and you kind of glance up from the navigation console and you see this ballerina-like grace from Heskar as he's just basically dancing as he's maneuvering around and just doing it with such finesse.
In my head.
Yeah, that's all I heard as well.
Yeah, very Fantasia.
Yeah. But I'm doing it specifically that I will move, but in Heskar's head, it's when you'll see that he'll make an attack, he'll pretend to swipe a sword as if something's right in front of him, and then do a maneuver. Immediately after he's attacked, just practicing and running over battle maneuvers in his head.
Actually, Rory is sort of sharing his attention equally between the nav console and also trying to learn the maneuvers that he's doing so that he can marry his maneuvers to whatever's going on there, just getting battle tactics and downloading as much information about that as he can.
All right, easy enough to do. Gurgle, are you just going to be tinkering away? Yeah. All right, and Geo, what are you doing?
So I'll find whatever would be classed as sort of the galley, I guess. So just the communal space.
It's like a little mess hall type thing.
Yeah. sort of coming in, sort of taking his jacket off and his glasses and sort of decompressing ever so slightly. He's very, very good looking.
Has to be said.
It does, yes. Have you ever seen like a show jumper without the jacket on? It's very sort of form-fitted, very nice. Taking out like pens and paper, he's going to start scribbling down things he wants to acquire when they get to Brawl, certain information, certain things that I have in myself written down just because I need to remember. But there's a few things I want to try and, like, I'm trying to mind palace this thing. So there's thoughts I have about what's going on. I just want to see what if I can. So writing at the top, I want to know in a sort of a general sense, as in someone who's educated and studied things, if what I know of terraforming, its illegalities, its if it's a thing at all, if it's something that's, you know, in history well known of.
Okay. I'd like you to roll me a history check.
Yep. Okay. That is 16.
16. Okay, so you know that terraforming has been attempted several times previously, but you know that because of the dangers associated with atmosphere, just all the potential things that could go wrong, very few people or factions have successfully done it. However, you do know of an area within Doom space that is supposedly entirely terraformed.
Okay. Off the back of that, do I? Well, I suppose I wouldn't know specifically how it's done then, would I? Because it's just it's a theory that's out there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Off the back of that, thinking about potential things in that way, do I know of any peoples that have been displaced from their planets recently, like in recent history? So I'm talking in the last sort of 60 to 70 years. Do I know of any factions or peoples that would have tried to align with someone who would want a place of their own that didn't, or that kind of thing?
You would know that a couple of decades back, because it was one of the things widely documented and observed where you are from, that there was a mass exodus from a particular planet within Xerax's space itself.
Oh, I don't remember a name at all, just that there was a planet there that... Was it destroyed, or was it just like life couldn't exist there anymore, so they had to leave?
Life couldn't exist, so it had to leave.
Okay.
It was a mass exodus from. It's basically one of the smaller, smaller satellite planets around, almost kind of like Pluto size, that was vastly inhabited. It was quite a densely populated area, but it reached the point where it was no longer able to survive, and there was a mass exodus onto the main planet of Xeraxis itself.
Okay. Main, you, and last question. Well, seeing as I went into the ship as well, I would have seen one of the disjointed S's from the Stellar Syndicate.
Yes.
So just as a general thought, would I believe that the Stellar Syndicate would do something along these lines to a different planet? Like they would accept this kind of work from something along those lines, or is it more of a...
Nothing in the records has ever indicated that the Stellar Syndicate would do something like this.
Okay. And the ships we saw doing the dropping, we couldn't see much from the outside, but were they different varieties? So there could be like moths there.
They were a lot smaller than the Moth Star style ship.
Okay.
Yeah, so there was no particular association there. Also, you've just reminded me, there are bodies aboard.
Oh yeah.
You do have a cluster of
corpses.
bodies.
Oh, they'd have been thrown off.
Yeah, that would have got rid of them in
We'd have taken all the valuables off them.
100% would have looted before. I mean, apart from Mr. Green, who has...
Oh, no, he's
Mr. Green's gone.
Yeah.
Mr. Green is gone.
Is also gone. But I did roll a 17 on the sleight of hand. Which
Yes, you did.
was supposed to tell you.
You did, and I was supposed to tell you what you got, and I've forgotten what it was, because I'm a great DM.
Second best DM here.
You'll know.
I'll figure it out. Hold fire. It's not going to be that important.
It's not a good item.
No, I will get back to you with that one. But the kind of, if you're having a look over, and I assume Bella, once you kind of rested up a bit, are gonna be there.
Yeah.
You are able to acquire. Where did I put the loot? Okay, actually. Nah, it's pretty obvious. Okay, so first of all, across the bodies, well, now there's less. There are 270 credits.
Woo!
Dan, do you want to write that down?
In the process of it, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
That one or this one?
That one, but I mean, you can too if you wish.
Yep, 270 credits.
2 radiant longswords.
Okay.
1 morning star.
Like that.
And an amulet.
Who saw that first?
Who's got the highest passive perception?
Passive?
Yeah.
11.
I do.
You see it first. You see this.
Yeah, that's
first.
being pocketed.
What I will say, the reason why, in particular, Heskar spots this first is that, Bella, you are taken aback for a second. Because kind of as you're searching through and you look at one of them whose mask has been displaced, and you see this female astral elf and who has a scar blinding one eye. And you think for a second and you recognize this individual as Xanth, who was an individual who had been set out to take care of the same target as you from mixed signals, and it ended in a bit of a scuffle between you two in which you blinded her.
Okay.
And effectively left her for dead, but took care of the target and continued on with your mission.
Okay. Yeah, that throws me a bit, but I'm not unhappy about it because I mean I left her dead last time, so
yeah.
Okay. Huh.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that is what you get from the remaining bodies. There's also a dead Sirlon, who, looking closer, has a collar with a little name tag that says Titus.
I'll take the name tag.
I thought it was going to be a priest then. It's a dog collar on.
No.
I'll take the collar with the name tag on.
Okay.
Kleptomaniac, they say, don't they?
Sure. You take that.
Titus, yeah?
Titus, yeah.
Okay.
Titus.
I will, after disposing of the bodies overboard, I will split the credits so everybody here gets 50 credits each, and I will give 20 credits to my best friend.
Oh!
So Flapjack can
20 credits!
So he can have 20 credits, but everyone else gets 50.
For the sake of our sheets, that's 50 gold, right?
Yes.
And then I will ask if anybody wants the long swords or the Morning Star.
Can I have a look at one of the radiant swords? There's two of those, right?
Yeah, just hand it over.
Rory picks up one of the swords and just kind of like starts scanning it, and then like not even like throwing it to the floor. He just sort of lets go of it. His arms drops and it just falls to the floor. He just completely loses interest in it.
Yeah. Mine's better.
This is boring.
Yeah, so it's not even like he drops it to the floor. He just walks away.
Yeah.
Turns away from.
I will pocket one. Can I remember it doing like sunburst sort of. What happened? Would I know what that is?
Kind of just taking a moment to examine the weapon more. It looks like almost a energy cell has been fused into the hilt of the blade. Yes. And upon use of the charge, it does extra radiant damage as part of the sunburst attack.
Awesome. Is that an item I can add?
Yes.
Nope, because I haven't made it.
Oh. Are you sure? Oh,
Have
no,
I?
it isn't. No, it's not.
No, because Rory's got a very similar blade, but it's not that one.
And then I'll pocket the amulet and I'll pocket the collar.
You're pocketing the amulet.
Yes.
Good to know. Okay. So.
You've just been given 100 gold pieces, Bella, by Biggie P.
Oh,
Biggie P.
Let's go. Let's go, Biggie P. But yes, you make your way towards the Rock of Brawl, and the ship begins to slow, if that was possible. Around you.
Hold on, more?
Around you, on all sides.
20 to 15.
On all sides, colossal chunks of rock float in the void. Some of them are overgrown with vegetation, while others are bare stone. Creatures resembling jellyfish and rays glide through the spaces between them. Slowly emerging, vessels lurking from behind these nearby asteroids come into view. Small spiral shells merging with an open bow, beneath which long tentacles wave as if caught in an invisible current. A beam protrudes from the front of the vessels, shining a light on the nearby asteroids and bodies that cross their path, almost as if a helicopter were seeking out a criminal. Sucking in your breath, the realization strikes Geo, Gurgle, Rory, of who typically operate these vessels. Mind flayers. And that is where we're going to take a quick break.
Shit.
Good news.
For about 15 minutes.
Good
so about
news.
8:15.
Do I have a brain?
See you in a minute, guys.
Yeah, so we'll see you in a bit. Welcome back. So, everybody, having begun their approach to the Rock of Brawl, has noticed this, to the educated, Nautiloid, a ship known to belong to mind flayers, typically. These, however, you're not sure if it's the distance from you to them, but these seem smaller. But they do seem to be scanning the area.
Heskar, if I spot them, immediately stops training and rush back, and I will start donning my kit again, loading my pistol, getting myself ready.
Do I have any kind of range on the navigational computer?
Yeah, so at the moment, the closest is probably about 600 feet away. You are not currently within their eye line. It's almost like these large, not traction beams, but just this large beam of light just scanning the nearby, just anything that seems to come within a radius of the Rock of Brawl.
And by knowing what this is, I assume I also know something about the nature of mind flayers.
You would, yes. But what strikes you as odd is their location and the fact that they seem to be posted outside, almost doing scouting work. Like that strikes you, that goes against all knowledge in your database of mind flayers who are typically kind of at the hub of activity, not doing the dirty work in a way.
Are they and you said there's multiple of these little ships, right?
There's multiple. Within Island there's about 4, but the closest one to you is about 900 feet, 800 feet away-ish.
Okay. So I'll just come over the comm links to everyone, and I'll say,
hostile ships detected ahead.
What kind of hostiles are we talking about?
Appear to be of illithid make. Suggest diverting course.
Mind flayers. Oh, that is not good, especially for me. How far away is the furthest one away? Where are we, roughly?
600 feet and approaching.
Can we go around them?
is Flapjack on our comm link?
No, he's not. But you can see that Flapjack is the one who has slowed the ship, having noticed these.
Oh yeah, of course, yes.
So
Captain Flapjack, do you think that we can divert course around these people?
I don't think so. I mean, they seem to be scouting and almost setting up a barrier around Brawl itself.
Do you know if the ship has any sort of stealth mechanics or any cloaking device?
Wait, no, the ship doesn't, but I can do something. And you see
Flapjack just goes invisible.
I could do something neat.
I can get the fuck out of here.
Flapjack does that similar kind of scrunches up his face, and poof, you look and you cannot see any of you. He has cast invisibility on the ship. And
Jesus Christ.
As per invisibility, things you are carrying are also made invisible.
Sick. I knew he was the best fucking party member.
I just want to point out that Heskar, when standing on a lift, was scared when it went up, when he couldn't see the ground. Now he's literally thinks he's floating in space.
I'm going to come back to you.
Why did you say anything?
I will say that I don't think that this will particularly stop us from being spotted if they have some kind of life form tracker, but it will stop them seeing us.
Well, they might mistake us for some kind of smaller vessel. They might not really look for a huge ship. If they're tracking life forms, they are basically just tracking us individually, right?
So you want us all standing closer together?
All separate.
If we clump together, that might be better, because otherwise they might think that it's a lot of vehicles incoming, which they might be more concerned about than everybody on a little ship.
I can't see you, can we?
Can I try to mechanically recall the layout of the ship to try and be able to navigate it through like the schematics that I have stored in my memory? Like, you know how you can pilot a robot around obstacles by putting the code in,
kind of like when you
where to go, like
those little turtles
like a
that you
Roomba.
programmed.
yeah, like a Roomba.
There is a comment in chat
I Roomba-
that you
can I-
can see your body when you turn invisible. You can see your own body.
No.
Yeah,
Can you
No,
at least?
Can you?
Oh,
There's a question more than
I
a
thought you
statement.
can. Oh.
No, but
I don't know. You can't.
No, I don't think you can.
Yeah, so can I Roomba myself down to those guys
We're
to
gonna
try and
Marco
get?
Polo this
Yeah,
shit.
go on.
Try and get.
Go on.
Okay, do I have to make like any checks or anything? Like,
I will ask you to make just a general intelligence check,
okay,
just to see how well you can recall kind of how many steps this way, how many steps this way.
okay. Could I do history maybe? No, I'll do intelligence.
Intelligence.
I'm
I would
gonna
have
move
actually. Oh,
towards-
fuck! It's an 18, so 21.
21. Yeah, so you kind of focus in, and it's almost like you activate some kind of blind sight.
Like I'm projecting the schematics of the ship.
Yeah, so
through
you're
my
essentially
vision,
seeing a hologram of what the ship looks like when you can see it. And through that, you are able to make your way to the helm where Flapjack and I think it's mainly Flapjack there. Like Bella's like on the upper deck, so is Scar and Gurgle's
Yeah, I'm mainly
close
trying to get whoever's out downstairs up, you know,
by, which
and
is
then
Geo.
Which was
Yeah,
me, because I was about to ask. So, seeing as I wasn't actually up on the top deck, literally everything just around me just went. Woof.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm just sat in nothing.
Yeah.
Well, Rory did
What?
say over the comms about them coming in, but yeah.
Yeah, you
But
did
so
say
I'm-
about the ship getting
Flapjack
invisible,
won.
though.
Yeah. No.
I'm gonna Roomba my way down to Geo and
I mean, I
grab
can't
him.
see you.
Yeah, no, but I don't know. Could I detect where his signal was? Can we detect where we are through the comlinks, or is it just communication?
It's on the SpellJammer
Mirror
Academy. You can do that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Which
that's
is
where
gonna
you get the
auditory
information about
communications.
this.
Access
So
to
just,
archives.
just reclining in a chair in the galley, everything just goes like, why can I not see anything anymore? Where,
So then I'll be
where's
like,
the room?
Geo, please make some noise so I can locate you.
Marco.
This is very. You just like
Maybe
every so often he'll just sort of like
invisible person.
rhythmically bang the table if he can find one, like feels his
You're
way
right
around.
by the table. You can find the table.
Yes, I know, but
Is
it's
this
orientating.
Is this you?
and you hear the table go.
Yes, that is me, Roy. Thank you for. Why is the ship not here anymore? Why are
Okay,
you
please.
not here.
Okay, please follow me.
And you hear the table go.
He's
Get
just
back
back at the
down.
table. He thinks it's you.
Table.
Roy, shouldn't you? Oh, okay, fine. And he just sort of takes the side of the table and just walks. We're now just moving an invisible table up to the top deck.
So, Rory, table, and then Geo in tow. It's a bit awkward getting the table up the stairs.
Yeah, I think once we get to the stairs,
Geo, are you sure this is you? You feel a lot more angular and much heavier than before.
Well, you grabbed the table and not me, Roy. I don't. No. Just. You know where I am, right? I'm at the very end of the table. Just come, give me your.
you feel cold
hand
male
and we'll
hands
go.
on your face. Kind of.
Yes, Roy, that is me. This is my face. You can. We'll find you one. Don't worry.
Geo,
Let's-
I found you. Come,
It's
let's
good
go
to.
upstairs.
It's good to feel you, my friend. Let's go. What is?
I will update my social parameters, but that it is good to feel me.
Oh no, please cancel that update. Please cancel that update.
As we're going up the stairs, he's like, that's not bad, actually.
And I'll sort of try and we'll gather by wherever Flapjack is, I guess.
With that intelligence check, you're also able to kind of, well, just through basically going Marco Polo, you all kind of converge to the helm of the ship. Except for Heskar, who is...
because of where Heskar was collecting his things and then suddenly went invisible, Heskar is like, do you know those... everyone's been to the zoo, right? And you get the monkeys with the Velcro thing that the kids attach to their arms, like, so the monkeys just attack. He's literally like that on the side of the ship. Like, just hanging the fuck on, eyes closed, mouth closed, like, squinting. Like
to the side of the ship?
Yeah. So this, like, where he picked his stuff up, he would have literally grabbed the banister and just grabbed it and, like, wrapped himself into it, like, and held on. And just closed his eyes. No, closed his eyes. He doesn't... This is not... he's not even saying out.
We can't. Unfortunately, we can't see that.
Well, we know he's not by us because he hasn't responded to our Marco Polos. So, Rory, you might want to find him.
Yeah, I'll try and find him.
Roll me a perception check based on hearing the likely anxiety-ridden breaths coming out of Scar.
5. I don't hear that good, man. I'm good at a lot of stuff, but I don't hear or see that good.
You can't find him.
Okay.
Just over comms. Heskar, are you okay?
Big boy, where are you?
Oh, this is getting
good. No.
Buddy.
Yeah, he's fucking terrified, man. He's not interested. He's just there, closed eyes. He's terrified.
We're just going to have to hope that he's okay.
Would you like me to hold your hand again?
Yeah, please.
Without even looking, I just literally will just hold one hand out, but hold onto the banister for dear life with the other.
I able to locate him a bit better now that he's talking.
Yeah, roll again with advantage.
Okay. 16.
Roll 4.
Yes, yeah. You're eventually able to find the outstretched hand of Heskar.
And I'll hold it. And then I'll take my laser pistol out and look out towards them and keep an eye on all these little ships.
Okay. I would like you all to roll me a collective stealth check with advantage because of the invisibility.
Oof.
All right, we will go to Gurgle, who is fist pumping in the air.
I rolled a 3 and a natural 20.
Saved!
For a total of?
Uh,
Wait, don't you have a disadvantage?
No, I don't.
If he's moving.
No, because of my arcane armor.
Yeah.
Art visibility doesn't prevents disadvantage. So it's a 22 total.
22 for Gurgle. Okay. Geo.
18.
18. Bella.
19.
19.
Scar.
I rolled a 16 for a dirty 20.
20. Rory.
12.
12. And Flapjack. Okay.
Okay.
Flapjack got a straight 10.
I mean, collectively, that's pretty fucking decent.
Yeah,
I'm quite happy with that.
So, you all... Flapjack is also trying to obviously steer the ship towards the Rock of Brawl, trying to avoid contact as much as possible. That's kind of what's stopping him from being completely silent. But on average, you'll make your way closer and closer and closer. Coming into about 400 feet, 300 feet, 200 feet of the beam. And just when you think it's going to light up the vessel, it moves on just past you, and you're able to continue towards the Rock of Brawl.
The vessels themselves, are they... Yes. The vessels themselves, they're pure mechanical, right? Even though they look like cephalopods, they're not. There's no biological element to them as we get close. There's no
The tentacles are biological.
Okay, so there is... nice. And just out of, again, sort of just thinking about them as a species in the world, why... Could I ruminate on why a mind flayer would be this far from anywhere they would normally hang?
You have no idea.
Okay.
Like it's not even worth rolling a check. You have no idea. This is completely unheard of.
Oh, I don't like this at all. Well, at least we passed them.
Can I use the neurochip to access the SpellJammer Academy archives?
Okay.
And just trawl through those to find out of any other historic instances of this kind of thing.
It would take some time to properly go through everything, but upon first glance, no.
Okay.
Nautilids and illithids being this far out and doing this kind of work has never before in the Astral Sea has never occurred before.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say the same, seeing as I'm from them.
What I will say, Gurgle, this was not in place when you were here. At all. This is not a regular part of the Rock of Brawl's defences.
Do we think something's changed? I mean, is it safe to land?
Everybody, just letting you know. This is not normal.
Yes, I'm very well aware
not be
that
safe
they
to
are
land.
not. No, landing is definitely what we need to do. We need to get out of this belt now. Illithids do not get this far out of their own zones. So for them to be this far forward and apparently on the search for something, there's a lot afoot here.
Oh, I think I misunderstood. Were they not protecting the rock?
They're circling the rock. There is a gap. There's quite a significant gap between the rock itself and them, but it does seem like they're just doing scouting missions. And as you're kind of slowly approaching and looking around, you see another vessel kind of quickly appear within the space around you, and immediately the lights snap to it, and it's held in place. Before something goes on, you guys wait with bated breath, and it is allowed entry in.
Do believe
I say we keep going. Look through.
It's a good idea, but I do believe that is what our space friends were avoiding.
Well, they didn't have Captain Flapjack.
Right, to the planet surface, let's go quickly before
We also had a
our minds are
after shit.
flayed, so to speak.
Okay. And Flapjack's slowly trying to not rock or create any additional disturbance, moves the ship closer and closer, out of range of these Nautiloid ships.
Fucking MVP, bro.
Fuck those guys.
Nautiloids.
But as you approach the Rock of Brawl itself, you see an enormous asteroid looming in front of you. The asteroid is irregularly shaped and pockmarked with craters and rocky outcroppings, giving it a rugged and intimidating appearance from afar. But as you draw closer, you notice that the surface of the asteroid is covered in sprawling structures and bustling activity. There are domed buildings, towers, and spires of varying sizes and styles, all interconnected by a web of bridges and walkways, similar to many civilized towns that you would have seen on Torrel, Bella. You can see colourful banners and flags fluttering in the breeze, as though a celebration were underway. But no signs of celebration and joy and music seem to be coming from the streets at the moment. To the north of the asteroid, you spot a massive structure that towers above all the others. It is a sprawling complex of interconnected buildings with domes, towers, and arches that seem to defy gravity. The architecture is a mishmash of different styles and materials, reflecting the eclectic nature of the asteroid's inhabitants. Gurgle, you know this to be Starhaven, home to Prince Andrew, the ruler of the Rock of Brawl.
Oh God, let's not go there.
different name, perhaps. Okay, so should we just leave this place?
Andrew with a U.
Okay, cool. Andrew.
Andrew. I'll say Andrew now,
Prince
for the
Andrew.
sake of avoiding any
Prince
of that.
Andre 2000.
Oh, that really put my ribs up, man.
You can't sweat.
All right, tickle me. But this is what you see before you.
Ooh. Hey, I've been there all the whole time.
Oh, damn. There's a whole ass place.
There it is.
Oh, hey, look, it's us.
It's you guys.
Hey, look, that's our ship.
Hey.
So what did you say the big place was called? It was called something Haven, what?
Starhaven.
Thank you.
Starhaven.
Robots in disguise.
So are we heading to that dock that's beside it then?
Am I
Opening to the group?
noticing any other activity of the Mind Flayer variety within this area?
No. Roll me a perception check, though.
Ooh. 18.
And roll me a history check.
Ooh. Hopefully that's going to be even better. It is 24.
24.
Very good.
Okay, so you're looking at, in
Sorry.
particular...
22.
That's okay.
So much worse.
You look specifically towards the docking area.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah. You look towards the dock, and I like that it's called the dry dock on the map.
Not advisable, but
No, but what is odd is that you see. Where did you think we were?
I didn't. I wasn't looking until.
Anyway, you
never
spot
dry dock.
You don't spot any. Don't spot any illithid type vessels or creatures or anything like that. But what you do see is docked a rather large ship that, with that history check, you know that it's got specific resemblance to the ships and vessels known to be used by the Galactic Empire. It currently seems vacant, except for a couple of individuals who seem to be loading stuff out of the cargo bay and into a loading dock, which will then seems to be transported through the city.
do all of these docks seem staffed? Or are they just like, is it more of just like a pull up wherever you can sort of
As
situation?
you're getting closer, you notice almost a control tower that seems to be kind of guiding them to dock. But getting closer, you notice that the lights are dim and it looks as though street lights are being lit.
Mhm.
And it seems to be approaching nighttime on the Rock of Brawl itself. So it's very loosely staffed, if at all. But the ship that you noticed that had been stopped in the tractor beam and then continued on, you see it kind of stop once more as the kind of control tower, you assume would signal in for permission to land. They would signal in for permission to land, and they go and they land on the dock to the side.
Okay.
Yeah.
As we get closer, I would sort of just pipe up to Captain Flapjack. At some point, we're going to have to decloak so we don't come in invisible. It's going to get a little bit. We're going to draw a lot of attention if we draw in such and decloak too close.
Tell me when, and I can drop it.
I mean,
would I know, DM, if this is the port where my first vessel stopped at?
Yes.
Or if they approach at another...
Yeah. Is this one?
This is the one?
Yeah.
Okay.
out of curiosity, have I ever docked here before the Spelljammers?
I don't think you would have. It's just a minor kind of... It's just a self-contained civilization. There'd not really be much of a reason for you to go here other than to go to the library, but given your kind of thoughts at the time, that wasn't your priority.
No, that's fine. Well, the ship that was let through and the ships that are docked now, is there a prevailing sort of similarity between them all? Is there something is there like a universal sort of thing that's letting them go through that the illithids aren't picking up on or allowing in?
No, so what it looks like is just, they look like standard cargo ships for the most part that are either docked here currently or the one that has been allowed through. The thing that you notice is the stark contrast between these vessels, which are fairly low tech, and the large kind of void black ship, which I think you would also recognize to have some connection to the Galactic Empire.
Yeah. How far are we from this dock right now?
I'd say about 100. No, a bit more than that. Like 200 or so feet.
How far ahead of us was the ship that got through the blockade?
Because you've been going very slowly, it's in the process of like landing.
I call out
just
to...
trying to...
Very good.
You go.
I call out to Flapjack to drop it.
Drop it?
Okay.
200 feet in, yeah, absolutely. You can see 200 feet.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to see. I was just trying to gauge how far, at what point the ship stopped or was slowed by the interception from control tower to here. I wanted to try and sort of make it look as natural as possible.
That was very close. The control tower, because you kind of, Gurgle, you know that previously the point at which you stop is a lot further back. But you assume that because of this outer patrol that's going on, they've decreased the distance, and it's just more of a permission to land situation.
Yeah, then drops, right?
Yep. Okay, yeah. Flapjack almost releases the breath that was holding invisibility up, and you become visible once more.
Much better.
Eskar will still have his eyes tightly closed and is just kind of holding onto Rory's hand. Still attached to the banister thing on the side of the ship. He doesn't know when this thing's going to stop, so he's opening his eyes.
Okay.
Okay, so if anybody asks, we are here on a supply run. Okay?
Or what supplies specifically?
Would I know what's usually the supply that is brought from here to other places?
But from here
mainly
to elsewhere,
right?
It would be mainly ores, because they essentially, this asteroid has been stripped of its like typical any natural resources, so they have to be imported from elsewhere. So ores in particular are imported, and what I will say, just for your personal knowledge, is the Burrows area over here. This is where the Thrykeen are.
Can you ping that again, please?
Yeah, over here.
Yeah. Okay.
North of the dock.
It's mainly all that's being transported. We could say that we are here to exchange all for currency with a tri-queen.
Is our
If
ship
anybody asks,
old?
they are in the burrows.
Sorry. Is our ship the oldest thing here? Like, compared to everything else that is docked, do we have the oldest looking ship?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sort of looking down at the dock and looking at our ship is, I mean, we can say we're traders, no problem, but look at our vessel. We are literally driving in a boat. I don't know if it's going to be a particularly believable story. Like, who's going to give ore to this thing and send it out into the universe? We barely got here ourselves.
Well, do you have another idea?
Are we still coming in now?
Still coming in.
Yeah.
Getting closer.
The ship is an antique. We are here to sell it to whatever passes for a museum here. We are just bringing it in for its final voyage, so to speak.
So a delivery mission. Yeah, that could work.
Essentially, I don't know how well they buy it, but...
We're not actually going to sell the ship, are we?
Oh,
No,
yes, we just...
no.
We don't want to raise eyebrows, so we need a believable story.
Okay.
So, don't worry, we won't sell the baking tray. Or at least give it to someone who could restore it.
Okay. You guys continue on until a light shines over you all. And you hear... Hang on. Ah, sorry. Technical difficulties!
Ah.
It's a chicken.
Please
You
state
hear?
Please state your designation and purpose for landing.
That's... I mean, the captain should answer that, surely.
I hate you guys.
I mean...
Flapjack kind of just looks at you like...
What is our designation?
Delivery.
We are here to sell this beloved vessel as an antique for you. And looks at you all like, oh, I don't fucking know what I'm meant to be doing.
I can't believe you put that on my boy, bro.
Unbelievable.
I mean, speak up then, Heskar.
He's got his eyes closed. He's not asked at this point. Hold on. You would prefer Heskar to have answered that. Hold on.
Repeat. Am I to understand that you are here to sell the vessel on which you reside?
Yes, we are here on a delivery mission for the Tri-Queen.
On behalf of whom?
Well, started this.
On behalf of the Galactic Empire.
Permission granted. Please dock. And the light fades, and you are permitted entry. That was a bold fucking move.
Looking down at Gurgle after he said that, like, it's the Galactic Empire. Do you have any connection to those people to prove that it is true once we get down there? If anyone even looked at us funny.
They won't request one.
And you are sure of this?
Do you really want to piss off the Galactic Empire?
I mean, I just want confirmations that the lie you just told to get us into the dock is actually not going to blow up in our faces the second we land.
Live a little.
No, I'm trying to, and you're making it difficult.
Do not worry, Geo. I will not allow any harm to come to you.
Heskar will open his eyes slightly, see that he's no longer invisible, let go, just collapse back on, holding onto Rory's hand with one hand, collapse back onto the deck, just pull his flask out and just drink from his flask, and just look up at Rory and just go,
please, can we just never ever do that again? That was bloody terrifying.
Understood.
Oh, thank you.
And then he'll kind of like pick himself up, like, ooh, this place looks nice.
Also, just for anybody wondering, I would typically have called for a deception check, but Gurgle said the one thing that they are going to believe.
Oh, shit!
So that would have been essentially an automatic nat 20, so no deception check required.
Nice. Clutch.
So good.
Very clutch move.
That's good because I suck at this.
But you all land, kind of halt above the landing bay and slowly lower yourselves. There doesn't seem to be anybody around on the ground at the moment. There's a couple people in the distance, like I said, unloading from the cargo bay within the Galactic Empire vessel, but nobody else around. The night draws closer. Evening is nigh on the Rock of Brawl. You all feel rather tired, but you know that you have to get to the archives at some point. Gurgle, from your time here, you know that the archives is located within the Solar Symposium, which is not on the map.
Solar Symposium. Okay.
It's not on the map. It's not the Library of Spheres. Do not be fooled by that.
No.
But it is. What is it? Where did I say it was? It is this building here.
Hold on, let me zoom out. Can you do that again?
Fairly modest within the noble estates area of the High City. You have all landed around here, at the lower part of the Low City, where it's a sprawling mass of clustered buildings, similar to what you would typically find on Toril, in lower city areas. This is clearly the more rundown part of the Rock of Brawl, which has been built out and is merely just to fill space as much as possible. It is clear that buildings stopped a long time ago. These buildings, even in the low city, are old, even though these are likely the last to be built.
Oh.
Is it weirdly quiet at the dock, or is it just nighttime?
You've never been here before, so you're not sure.
Okay.
But Gurgle, it does strike you as a bit odd. Like normally, you'd have celebrations going on to celebrate kind of the end of a working day. It is quite a party city in a way. Where
no one's going to the Happy Beholder, basically.
Nobody is going to the Happy Beholder, which you also know to be called the Laughing Beholder.
Hey,
nice. Heskar will be getting the rope ladder and throwing it over, getting ready to depart.
You do so.
Do we know if
I
this?
don't like the silence, guys.
No, neither do I. Do we know if these archives are open in the evenings, or is this something we are going to have to deal with once this... Does the sun rise here? In the morning?
Gurgle, you know that they would not be open at this hour.
Then maybe
This hour, no.
Well, guys, should we just go and, like, find a nice little pub or something? Go and just relax for a little bit? Like, we just got here, it might be actually quite nice to see a bit of it.
I know a place, I think.
Let's go!
That we can perhaps stay in.
We're going to have to take a place for the night. If I'm going to be trolling through what I assume to be archives tomorrow, I'm going to need to rest up a little bit. What we experienced out there has taken a lot out of me.
Oh, Geo, you've got inspiration.
Hey.
Do I? Oh.
Yeah, you've been gifted inspiration.
I don't know why I thought you were giving that to me.
I was like, no, he doesn't have the power here. It's me.
Heskar will skip up to Captain Flapjack and just kind of like, you know how like kind of bashful playing with this. Captain Flapjack, would you very much like to come for a drink?
I have never had a drink before.
Oh, I can show you like one of the best ones.
Oh my goodness, yes, please, that would be so fun.
Oh, I thought so too. Let's go.
First ship of SpellJammer.
No.
With the thing.
The thing.
Would I know, DM, if the Laughing Beholder also has an
It is
inn?
also an inn, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I too would suggest we find somewhere for you all to fall unconscious for several hours.
Yeah, I like the sound of that, will we? Let's go, guys. The ship.
Stay close.
The ship's gonna be okay, right? They're not gonna be like messing with you or nothing.
I'm thinking that because of how they didn't ask any questions. Just literally glares at you.
It's an old ship.
Hey, be respectful of the baking tray, please.
I didn't say it was a bad ship. I said it was an old ship, which it is. We are the oldest thing on the Astral Sea here. No one's coming for this ship. Trust me. I think we are fine.
That's a bit rude. Sorry about that, Captain. Let's go.
Should I stay on the ship?
No, please don't.
Do you want to?
I want to protect my ship, but I also want to have a drink.
I don't think that anyone will touch the ship, seeing as how we just announced ourselves as one of the most powerful crews.
Flapjack kind of goes over to the ship, to the helm, and just kind of begins like almost dancing around the helm, and casts alarm on the helm of the ship. Put the car alarm on.
Put some of those old style wheel clamps on, just like so they can't turn the wheel.
Basically.
That was amazing.
I'm really good at magic.
Yeah, I've never seen nobody do magic as good as that.
It kind of like looks to Geo. Just bobbing.
I mean, he's wrong, but sure, whatever, it's fine.
It's fine to be wrong.
So, Gurgle, are you taking them all to the Laughing Beholder?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you have been to the Laughing Beholder before, do you think?
Once or twice, but not often.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, just one thing. Out of curiosity, what is the Rock of Brawl orbiting? Does it have is there a sun, or is it just sort of a...
Essentially, the Rock of Brawl, the sun is, you know how in Elturel it's almost the second sun?
Yeah.
It's very much a similar thing here, where it's augmented daylight.
Okay.
And at the moment, it's off.
Yeah, they've turned the light off.
Switch the light off.
Someone got to the dimmer switch and put it onto sexy.
As we're making our way towards the Happy Beholder or whatever it's called, can I just get a gauge of like what the popular like? I'm gauging the vibes.
Gauging the vibes. Vibe check. Okay.
Vibe check.
Let's roll.
Can I get on that as well, actually, please?
All right. I want vibe checks all round, which I'm going to say is a wisdom-based thing.
Basically, I'm.
Surely insight, right?
Which is a wisdom-based thing.
Yeah.
I'm still right.
I'm basically trying to gauge how on my bodyguard bullshit I need to be.
Okay.
While we're here.
Can I also ask, does Heskar
I got
now...
9.
Sorry, go on.
9. Go on.
Sorry, go on.
Heskar,
Does Heskar, now that he's opened his eyes and is aware of his surroundings and seeing the jet black ship, is that something he would immediately recognize? Not that ship in general, right?
The make, yes.
Yeah, okay. Before I leave the ship then, I will be trying to disguise myself as much as possible by putting my collar up, my helmet on, my goggles down.
Okay.
And as we get off the ship, he will, without even asking Rory if it's okay, grab his hand. And like he will be trying to position himself and in between everyone as he's kind of like walking. And he,
what's the? Sorry.
No, go on. No. Go on.
No, go ahead. I was going to ask something after that. So
okay, the kind of impression that you guys get looking at him is he's not doing it because he's like he looks scared.
Yeah.
Like there's a look of worry on his face.
And this is visible to everybody.
Yeah, I mean, he is visibly worried. He kind of like looks at like sheepish, collar up. He's not like his normal flouncy self where he's like bobbing about. He's very much like shuffling along, like almost shoulder rubbing with Rory, but like grasping his hand and like holding like his head down with his collar up, trying not to be.
So this is unusual worry for the many times we've seen him being worried about a lot of things.
Yeah. This is not elevator worry. This is like genuine. Like it looks like fucking. Like
this isn't Mr. Bean. It's
no. he genuinely he looks scared as he's walking along with you guys. Like uncharacteristically fearful.
Is there like a? Have we seen any? I suppose we haven't really seen any galactic. But would I know like what the primary color of the Galactic Empire is on their uniforms and stuff like that?
You would know it's like a matte black.
Okay. Ooh. So my head thing. I'm just going to turn the light off so that it's sort of grey.
All right. Good to know.
Are you okay there, Hesko?
If we can just kind of get wherever we're going quickly, please.
Of course. I mean, I don't know how far it is. I've never been here, but.
This has got you so on edge, my friend.
Yeah.
Just bad people. That's all.
You see bad people, and she looks around.
Yeah, but probably isn't it?
We were just
engaged. No, they were bad, but these really, really bad people.
Okay.
Do I see anyone that about?
Perception check.
My vibe check was an 18, by the way.
Vibe check was an 18. And yours was, what was it? Like a 9?
A 9, yeah.
A 9. With an 18, the vibes seem off. The
vibes are not chill.
No, these are not chill.
Off key.
The absence of people in the street contrasts with the seemingly celebratory banners that line the alleyways themselves. And while it is nighttime, you get the impression that it almost seems as though a curfew has been set.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, these what is the celebration? Is it like a specific thing, or is it just a happy day? Like they're not.
There's nothing advertising like.
Yeah.
May Day, bank holiday, nothing like that. Yeah. Like, not that there's celebrations for that. of all the holidays.
I know.
Hey, if you've ever been to Berlin on May Day.
Yeah.
I got 21 for my perception check.
21 for perception.
That was a nat 20 as well.
Nat 20. Okay, so as Gurgle is leading you guys in towards the Low City, you see kind of a couple people in down alleyways hiding in the shadows. It almost seems like there's a curfew, but there are some individuals who are unable to get inside, and they are very much trying to hide themselves away. It's only with that nat 20 that you're able to spot them. There doesn't seem at the moment to be any patrolling forces or anything like that. Not from where you are at the moment. You're not sure if going further into the city there would be. But you do spot a goblin individual toward the, just kind of out in the open, looking up at the stars around. Just kind of looking, and just seems carefree.
Is he wearing any sort of like guard uniform, officialness?
No, so he's literally, basically, it's a little goblin with a shock of dark green hair that's kind of scraggly and a mess, wearing like a loose-fitting blouse, some like slacks, and a satchel over his shoulder with a load of maps coming out of it, and he's just staring up. But that is what you spot.
Do we pass him on the way to the Happy Goblin?
He'd be a little bit of a detour, but he's kind of like, so you got the Happy Beholder.
So that's it. Sorry, not Goblin.
Yeah, not Goblin. He's a pretty happy Goblin. He seems all right. But it's just kind of like almost like in a little square, where the alleyways kind of intersect. Kind of like, hang on, that's the wrong mouse. Like this area.
Right. Okay.
He's about there.
I don't think we should stay on the street, but there is a fellow over there. Maybe he might know what's going on. So I don't suggest talking to him in a group.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to stick around here for much longer, to be honest.
Why don't you guys head in?
This is very unusual.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like this, so I suggest that we all just get inside.
What's it normally like? You seem to know this place.
Extremely happy place. There's usually loads of people on the streets.
He seems to be hiding now.
Never seen it this empty, so I think we should just head inside as quickly as possible.
I am detecting several indicators of a hostile environment.
Oh, that's what I was afraid of.
What'd you say?
That's what he's afraid of.
What?
So we're going, right?
That's what I'm afraid of.
Okay. So you all head towards the door of the Happy Beholder. What strikes you as odd, Gurgle, is that typically there's a load of light shining from within, but it looks as though the windows have been boarded up and blocked so no light is exiting. But you go to kind of open the door, assuming it'll be open, and you open the door and you are engulfed by light and music and joviality, but it immediately, as soon as the door opens, stops. And everybody, all the patrons, including a large beholder behind the bar with a little mustache. Why not?
Love that.
Looks like mid-pouring a drink. Looks towards you, looks you up and down, sees that you don't seem to be a threat, gestures you in quickly. You'll enter?
Yeah.
Close the door. And music strikes up once more. All right, newcomers, hello! I am Luigi. It is lovely to meet you all. Welcome to the Laughing Beholder. It is, not every day we get new faces around here. We try to keep it on the down low because the fucking shit's so, causing a bit of havoc. Try to keep it on the down low. So if you could maybe not tell everybody that we're open, we're meant to be keeping it on the hush and there's a curfew, but welcome friends, how are we all doing?
Oh, Captain Flapjack, what did I tell you? And I kind of like put my arm around him and kind of like waddle my little ass to the bar, but I want to
He's
look.
Like squished. He's like squished like a bubble around a balloon.
I want to look around the bar to see if I see anybody in Galactic Empire uniforms.
Roll me perception check.
As I'm going through. That's not
This
good.
is not the upbeat tavern music I wanted.
It's only a 10.
10. No, doesn't seem to be.
Okay. I walk with Flapjack under my arm to the bar and like kind of go, well, hello, Luigi, my good friend. I very much like your facial hair. That's very nice. Can I possibly...
Thank you very much.
Can I get a good a very nice drink for my good friend here. This is Capitan Flapjack.
Oh, how old are you, mister? And I'm just kidding. What do you want?
What do
We
you...
don't ask for age here. It doesn't matter to me.
What do you want, Flapjack?
I told you I've never had a drink before. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. We'd probably best off on something like really, like, mellow. Don't want to, like, rock his socks off straight away. So can we have, like, a double brandy, please?
Absolutely, we can do that. No problem at all. Just give me 2 ticks. What about the rest of yous?
Rory is scanning the entire room and every single individual in it for weapons.
For weaponry. Okay, perception check, please.
Oh god, it's bad. Perception +1 as well. It's a 4. Oh wait, is that
4?
No, it's 3. It's a 4.
No, it doesn't seem like it. Does not seem like it.
Heskar will spin round at the bar and go, well, what do you guys would like to drink?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Oh, come on. Brandy for you. I like your style, miss. Right, how about, you sure? Nothing?
No, Gregor's okay. Gio, what would you like? You smile round, so you can have whatever you would like.
Whatever you have that is light, fruity, a little, nothing too heavy on the stomach.
Do you happen to have some fruited cider?
Not cider, something more along the lines of a wine, please. I don't, cider's heavy.
A very nice glass of wine for my other friend here. Rory, do you drink?
I am not able to imbibe liquids.
Rory's fine. I don't drink, so could I have a water, please?
For fuck's sake.
Of course.
Tap.
He's not paying the 50p for ice.
Absolutely, my friends. Okay, so brandy for you, brandy for the little one.
I kind of lean in and go,
yeah, could I don't often ask this, Reggie, and I obviously respect the boundaries of your establishment, but I brought my own kind of drink. It's not it's just a special one for me. Would you mind if every now and again I could just have a sip of that?
Roll me a persuasion check.
I am not good at those. Come on, big money. That is an 18. I rolled a 19 on the die with a -1, so 18?
You know what, lad? I like the cut of your jib, so go for it. Just try and keep it on the down low, because I don't want others thinking they can bring something here, you know?
Yeah, I've got you. It's fine.
All right, and for you, and looks to Gio, I've got something just up your alley. This was brought in by a very special friend of mine from over at Torrell, so just hold on.
Do it.
Whoa. Here it comes.
And brings out a red label.
Ooh, that's the good shit.
Parnast. Wait, what is the red label one? It's Parnast.
Parnast Gold Red Label.
Yeah,
It's Parnast Gold Red Label, yeah.
Yeah.
And then the Citadel White is another one, isn't it? Yeah. Parnast Gold Red Label, and sets it down. I once knew someone who fucking loved this shit. Absolutely loved it.
I can't
so
imagine
hopefully
who.
you approve.
Leave me as a bottle, and when I am done, I will gladly let you know if this is worse what it is worse.
As soon as he says that, Heskar behind him's like,
kind of like nods and just gets out a glass and just pours it. I'm like, well, is this your friend playing the rounds? I don't know if this is within his price range. You know,
I'll pay the rest. That is fine. I'll pay for all of it, actually.
Aren't you generous?
We also may be looking for rooms if you have any. She pipes up from like behind.
Oh, your rooms. Well, okay. So if you want to pay for rooms, we can provide those. We are currently quite occupancy, simply because, you know, everything going on. I'm trying to put up people as much as possible. There's only so much I can do, but we do have some spare rooms for those who are paying. I've got to keep my business afloat, obviously.
Well,
How
actually,
much is it per room?
I was going to say, Luigi, we're actually very capable individuals, and if you happen to have something that needs doing, then maybe we could possibly do you a favour for you doing us a favour, know what I mean? And he kind of like leans on the bar as if he's like, you know what I mean?
Oh God.
Apparently Jess is meowing for me from the bottom of the stairs. Bear with me because I don't do money in...
I love the wine swilling there, by the way.
Yeah. Well, it's about 2-3 credits per night, depending on the room, which, you know, is pretty good around here. We are in the lower city, after all. I'm not going to charge you exuberant prices.
What is your best room? Best, I don't know, 2, I guess. If you could house 5, then that is great. If not,
you probably need 2 of the larger suites, which are about 20 gold, 20 credits. Forgot my own system.
I think 20 credits is fairly reasonable. That is fine. I will just give you 40 credits for the 2 rooms, and we will take them for the night.
Okay, well,
and you just slide over the chips or cards, or whatever the fuck we use for credits in this place. So,
I'm imagining contactless,
like an Apple Watch.
he just pulls a card out from his thing. It's like, there you go.
Yeah, that's gone through. Amazing stuff. Your card has not been declined.
While we are on the topic, what's going on? It's been a while since I've been here.
Been a while.
Legitimately turn around and go, were we on the topic?
We were.
So, how long's a while? This has been going on for a few months now.
How long's a piece of string, man?
A couple of years.
Oh boy, you have missed a lot. Okay, so basically in the past couple months, the shits from the Galactic Empire have decided to make Rock of Brawl an outcropping. Not officially, because Prince Andrew has decided to do some kind of deal. Fucking bureaucratic twat he is.
That's really...
Such English.
True.
Such English.
That's not good at all. That's really not good.
No, and they've imposed a curfew and some kind of prohibition on alcohol. Don't want people mithering around the streets, apparently. Got to be on guard.
You see Heskar's physically kind of shaking a bit.
They've put a prohibition on alcohol. This is a very strange rule to be set.
Know.
What do they want you to do?
Just stay on guard, apparently. Don't know what for. They haven't exactly helped us down here.
DM.
Yes.
I would recognize this, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Heskar's visibly kind of like wide-eyed, shaking a little bit.
Do you need to, like, how do I word that? Fuck knows. Do you need to say something?
Everyone here is in grave danger. Very, very grave danger.
What is it you are alluding to there, Heskar? You have been off since we arrived.
Right?
I've seen this before. I've experienced this before. This is not good. Home?
Where's that?
Oh no. I never really knew what it was called. It was just home. And it was nice and peaceful. And then one day, these things came out of the sky. Lots of them.
The things we saw on the asteroid belt, by any chance?
The things we saw in the dock. Big flying things. And they landed. And it was weird at first because we didn't really know anyone that had that sort of capabilities. And we thought that they was going to come and help and just be very nice to everyone. and they weren't nice. They did exactly the same thing to everyone I have ever known. It started with small things like curfews and control, and then eventually they took everyone that was still left alive anyway, and took us all away. Me, my mum, my dad, took us all. And if he started here, it's only a matter of time before that happens again.
And just so we're clear, this is the Empire you're talking about, not the Mind folk.
Yeah.
Oh, the Mind Flayer hegemony. They're... I don't care if that was wrong or not. They seem to be under control. Some kind of alliance that they've made. I don't know why the fuck they've decided to make an alliance now. I don't know what the Galactic Empire's got on them, but they've got that. You said that you've gone through this before.
Yeah.
Hold up. Crooks! Get up here! And you hear kind of like heavy footsteps ascending from a basement below, and through a door, you see a GIF individual with a beret on the top of their head, wearing a trench coat with a parrot on their shoulder.
Nice.
Just got better.
Yeah, what do you want from me? And Luigi's just like, I think there's another one of you here. And Crooks kind of just looks at you.
I kind of take my goggles and kind of put them to the top of my head and just take the helmet and just lower it down to my chest. I'm still holding it, but just holding it to my chest. Like, you see Heskar's ears just kind of like drop as he kind of like looks. Do I recognize him?
Roll me a history check.
Yeah.
I'm not very good at those. I don't recognize him.
No.
That's a natural one for a nothing!
No, you're kind of just overwhelmed. You worry that you're doing the same thing that you did at the academy when you saw another GIF.
Yeah.
But kind of putting the context together, even with a nat 1, you figure that this GIF, and also the coloration of their skin tone, like some of the kind of natural evolutions that you have are very similar, mirrored, suggesting a similar kind of environment that you were raised in.
You see him just kind of like hold the helmet into his chest, and like a tear starts forming in one of his eyes, and he kind of like, hello.
You see that this individual is like this GIF who's clearly like got this like really like strong person bodyguard demeanor, kind of it drops immediately, and she's like, wait, like if the voice is gone as well, and it's just like, wait, Maul survived? You survived?
Yeah.
Heska?
Wait a moment. You know me?
I don't think you would remember me. I was an elder in the village. Very rarely saw you or your family, but I remember you. I remember you being a little boy running around the streets.
I never thought I'd see any of you again.
I didn't think I'd see anyone either. I thought I was the only one. Turns out there are more of us.
Like,
I don't...
genuinely, like, Heskar's like blubbering at this point, like tears streaming down his face.
I don't think this is the same. I think this is slightly different. I think they're using us as a station, as an outpost, rather than doing what they did to us before. Trust me, I would have got these folks out if it hadn't been. If it was the same.
Where do you need us?
and he immediately like takes his pistol and just kind of hands it, like puts it down on the thing and just kind of like looks and goes,
"Well, where?"
We're just kind of trying to protect the folks right now. We're bringing in as many homeless individuals as we can, protect them from the patrolling troops, but if you see anyone, direct them to us here. That's all you can really do, but stay hidden, stay out. They might recognize us, I don't know. I've tried to keep a low profile since they entered.
Sorry, how very rude of me. These are my friends. Sorry, friends, this is a new friend that I've just made. And this is Captain Flapjack, he's great.
I'm Crux. Pleasure to meet you all. Sorry about the bravado. Used to being summoned to escort galactic shits out of the premises, but you don't seem to be that.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah?
What happens to those caught outside?
We don't know. We haven't seen them. They go out, and then they're gone, and there's no sign of them. No word.
Okay.
Don't wish to be insensitive towards the situation you are both in. I can appreciate that you are fellow tribesmen, I think I heard you say, from the same place. But you seem to have a bigger grasp of the situation Heskar has been through. What happened to your planet when the Galactic Empire arrived?
Kind of looks to Heskar. What have you told him?
Nothing.
It's okay.
I told them.
You see as Heskar starts to talk, Gurgle's hand comes towards yours and just offers it.
He takes.
Buddies!
He takes.
Can't see him above the bar, but you see his hand rise.
He'll take Gurgle's hand, kind of look down, and
look, right. We were peaceful folk. We didn't do nothing to no one, really. It was just us. We didn't really know that there was anything else out there. And then the Galactic Empire turned up. Pretty much put everyone under curfew and kind of just took over the place, really. I didn't know really what they were doing there. But then, by force, they just... If they didn't kill you, then they took you. And they put you on ships and then took you some other place. It was really, really bad.
It was a massacre of anyone who was not fit to fight was disposed of.
So you're recruiting for an army?
It was called genocide. Something like that.
Genocide.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
What was the name of your planet, if you don't mind me asking?
I wrote it down, now I can't remember. Da, 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 da. Hold up. Let me try and find it. Grufus. It was Grufus.
Was it?
Yeah. That was our home.
That sounds amazing. Grufus. Oh.
Just thinking back. Just thinking back to things that have been documented in this way. Is this something that would have come up? Would I be even mildly aware of?
You'd be mildly aware. It wasn't a major event that was registered, but it did register.
It did make.
Yeah. It did crop up on the radar.
Massacre on Grufus. I was unaware. I'm sorry, Heskar. It is something I was of, not intentionally, but this is concerning.
Well, I didn't really say anything either, so... I mean, I'll be honest, I really like you guys, but I ain't really know you, so... Kinda... keep lines warmer, don't really want to lift the lid on things that could make me possibly cry.
Escar is so real for that.
Crying is a perfectly natural thing to do. I have done it plenty of times myself, Escar. You are allowed to.
He immediately, he takes his flask and just, takes a massive twig and, puts the flask back in his thing.
Escar?
Yeah?
If you want to kill these people, I'm all on board.
There's too many of them. I would really like to. I've wished about
I don't care.
We have a much more sensitive mission to take care of right now, unfortunately, Gurgle. We cannot go starting wars with every faction that exists outside space.
You see Aro was sort of visibly peeking up during some of this conversation. As soon as Geo says that, he kind of just goes,
Listen, Google, as much as I would very much like to do that, when my mummy and me was speaking, to calm me down, she taught me something very special. And when we were seeing the stars and things, you know, every now and again you see one rush past really, really fast. She told me that when you see those, you can wish for really special things, and sometimes it can come true. It's not true. I think she said it because for a very long time I was wishing that my mummy and daddy was gonna be okay, but that didn't happen. So then I started wishing for other things, and none of that came true either. But hey, one thing did. I wished once that I was not going to be alone forever, and then you guys turned up, so... You know, maybe it is true that sometimes things like that happen for a reason. Because you guys are really great.
The universe is a many wondrous thing, Escar, and I wouldn't say that your mother was wrong. You may not get a wish from a shooting star, but you can certainly get them from places. And if one came true, it doesn't mean that others won't. I would keep wishing if I was you. I think it's a good practice.
Thanks, Gio.
Escar, I am glad that we are I'm glad that we are friends.
And I kind of just shakes him a little bit to make sure that he's okay.
Escar immediately just wraps his arms around Rory's waist and he's like, I'm really glad to, Rory.
Have I ever seen Rory malfunction before, or even stall like that?
I think you would have, no.
Oh, I'm actually welling up a bit, man. That was beautiful. That was great.
Well, Crooks, would you like to join us for a drink and maybe we can talk about, home? Tell my friends all about it, because it was really great.
It was great. If that's all right. And Luigi's like, of course it is. It's not exactly every day someone from your past stumbles in. You, sir, I've got something for you. And looks to Rory. And in a telekinetic beam from one of the eyes is what looks to be almost like a capsule, like a solid capsule, which looks like it's got motor oil in it, but it seems to be sparkling with some kind of arcane enhancement. Right. A lot of my auto friends fucking love this shit, so try that.
Gives it to me.
Yeah.
What is it again?
Describe,
is it a liquid?
Yeah, it's a liquid. It's a liquid
Sparkly.
capsule type thing. Sparkly.
Do I have anywhere I can put this?
Geo just looks to him and just sort of like suggestively sort of tips like towards where a face should be, and just is sort of trying to guide him into just.
No. Hang on. Look, no, your arm. Basically, there's a little like storage unit almost in your arm, which will open up, and you can almost like insert it in there, and it will be consumed.
I've got something for this. So as I do, you see him pop off this sort of cap, and there are like a few little slots in there. A few of them have like a dark red kind of chunky liquid in them.
Yeah.
Chunky liquid?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love that.
And he sort of takes one of them out, which is empty, and puts that in there. And you see the liquid just drain out of it.
Maybe a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Drunk Rory, I love this.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Drunk malfunction, Rory.
Ooh, 14.
14. You feel a sensation that you've not felt before.
If you'd have just ended, you feel.
It is odd.
God, someone stop this nightmare and put me back.
World is you feel tipsy. You're not familiar with feeling tipsy, but your motor functions are kind of slurred, and when you go to talk, it's almost like your like voice processing unit is also slurring.
Yeah.
You're still aware, but you're tipsy.
Yes.
Thank you for that. That was great.
Oh, I think I love him.
Meanwhile,
Luigi,
sipping
I
from
just
a
have
little
to.
like Flapjack is currently. You just hear like a.
Oh shit!
Luigi as Flapjack has fully emptied that double brandy, and it's like, whoa! Oh, this is great! I really like this. This is such a good idea, Hesper. Oh my goodness! Wait, and goes invisible again.
You hear Rory make a kind of very digital at the same time as Flapjack. He's like,
Oh, where'd she go?
Don't worry about it. He's gonna be fine. Flapjack, have the best time ever.
You just hear like a as like it just gets further and further away within the room, and then you just see there's a little like old piano in the corner that nobody is at, and you just hear the most discordant chords playing as Flapjack is basically throwing himself over the piano.
Oh, that's amazing. I didn't know he could play music.
You guys are a lot of fun. I like you guys a lot.
Luigi, would you like a drink? I was very rude. I've offered everybody else one.
I can have a drink whenever I want. I appreciate the offer, but I'm alright.
When you get Crooks his favouriteest drink ever, I don't care what it costs. There are no expenses. I want to give my friend here a very nice drink because it's a special occasion, isn't it?
The usual Crooks? And he's like, yeah, the usual. And you see Luigi begin to make this large, like, pint of a cocktail, which is kind of like an orangish colour, and puts it a little fancy umbrella and a twirly straw.
DM?
Pops it. Yes.
Do I recognise this?
mm-hmm.
It's not one and the same thing, right? Is it similar?
It's similar. It's similar.
It's canon! Amazing!
It is similar.
As soon as I see that, I literally reach for Flapjack's empty glass, pull it in front of me, pull my flask out, and pour my flask into the glass.
Yeah.
And you see a very similar, but the liquid that comes out of my flask is red, but it's also like thick and a bit gloopy as it comes out. And he literally looks towards Crooks with the biggest smile, like toothy grin, and clinks his glass. and starts drinking.
Yeah.
I was wondering what was in there. What is that?
Oh, it's the bestest thing in the world. We'll try some.
What is it first? Just a brief overview of the ingredients.
It's a very nice fruity drink. Don't go and kill you, Gio. Buy it. Your boy loves it.
I think I will. I appreciate the offer, but I will stick with my wine. I think our physiologies might be a tad different, and I don't want to impair myself.
Want to try a bit? Really good.
It is good.
Tries it. She should always try something once.
Would you like to describe?
Yeah, it's dead easy, man. As soon as you put
Bubble Kool-Aid.
you are drinking tomato soup.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Like legitimately, like you drink
Bloody Mary.
No, it's just it's soup.
It's tomato soup.
It is legitimately tomato soup.
No, his is surprisingly
It's nice
hot.
one. It's just soup. Like this entire time, anytime, because Heskar is literally out of his flask, just having a bit of soup.
Nice.
And his is carrots, if you're interested. His is carrot.
That's
amazing, right? It's warm and makes you feel all like fuzzy inside.
It's unexpected.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Is there music playing in it?
Yeah, Flapjack's fucking hoeing down on the piano, man. Of course.
At one point, Gio, when you go to take a sip from your wine glass, your wrist gets grabbed, and RO pulls you onto the dance floor and begins to kind of do a little waltzy kind of dance with you.
Sort of having balanced the wine, he sort of got it in hand as your hand around his wrist. He's like, well, when in Rome, not that Rome's a place, but you know what I mean.
When in brawl.
And I will take the lead position. So obviously his arm would be around there. So I would take sort of the lower one and just allow him to mechanically move me around the dance floor a little.
And his voice has changed to what sounds like almost like a kind of crunchy, old-timey radio kind of voice. And he's like,
I hope you're enjoying my new social parameters.
I didn't know you could dance, my friends. This is absolutely wonderful. You've downloaded so much in such a short amount of time. You're really coming along.
This is one I learned quite some time ago when I saw you and Landry dancing.
As he says that, you sort of see a very... Not that anyone can really see him, but if you look, you see a genuine sadness sort of come across his face. Like,
I'm sorry, did I say something wrong? Should I update my social parameters?
Don't think too hard about it. It is I just miss her, that is all. Don't worry. It is something we will look into while we were here. Just in case the ship is docked at all.
Don't worry,
my friend.
You have me now, and we're friends.
Did you actually just call me a friend?
I've been updating my social parameters.
You do realize once you have got whatever this is through your system, I'm not going to let you forget this. You will never live it down. No longer am I just a user to you, Roy. I am a friend now. You must remember this.
I am able to store information for a very long time. I will not forget it until long after you are dead.
Yes!
Oh yeah!
That was amazing.
Well, when that day comes, I hope you are able to make new friends. And when I do die, I am glad to be one of your memories. Now, let's enjoy ourselves just a little bit longer, shall we?
Understood.
Esco will actually turn and look at Gurgle and kind of like look a little bit ashamed, but kind of then kneel down a little bit towards him and go,
I'm very sorry, Gurgle. I realised that I lied to you.
Google.
I know, that's what I heard as well. Google. Sorry,
Google.
I'm very sorry, Google.
System software.
You asked me when we first met, like, where I'd come from, and didn't really tell you much. I'm really sorry.
That's okay, Asgirl. Secrets are important when you don't know people.
Yeah, but you really helped me out. Like, really did. I should have trusted you more, girl, and I'm really sorry for keeping that from you, but it was just not really something I tell people, you know? Also, I'm kind of...
Yeah.
And he kind of whispers the next bit and goes, on the run.
Gargoyle takes a quick look around to see if he notices anybody from his past here.
Roll me a perception check.
That's a 2 plus 2.
Yeah.
So.
Seems clear.
And the visor that's been on this whole time goes.
It's okay.
And the bean is still on the head, by the way.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
You don't need to apologize. You helped me out as well. And just between you and I,
And he whispers,
I'm kind of on the run too.
So exciting, isn't it? Always like looking over your shoulder, adventure round the corner. It feels good to be bad.
It does. It does feel good to be bad.
Well,
It does.
let's not tell anyone else, because it could possibly get us in very, very bad trouble. Oh, Bella, what the fucking hell are you stood there for?
What are you doing?
Bella's just mesmerised by the scene that is taking place on the dance floor.
Yeah.
This is not what she expected at all. So yeah, this has caught her quite off guard.
Yeah.
So
Actually,
yeah, your secrets are safe.
I forget Rory's not as big as me, because you're an auto gnome, but you're only... So there's like a size difference between us, isn't there?
5 foot tall, roughly.
Yeah, so I'm like... I mean, I'm always 6'5", because I don't like to be short characters. So I'm more on your shoulder than anything else.
Yeah, that's
like,
fine.
You'd be sort of head at the chest. Looks like I'm dancing with a small robot child.
Hey man, 5 foot isn't...
Whoa, yeah, hold on a fucking moment. Yeah, push some fucking buttons now, brother.
No, that's accurate. That's accurate.
That's accurate,
I'm
yeah.
staying quiet.
I mean, it sounds strange to me, but then you're all very little, so...
How do we
Don't
kick?
say
How
all.
do we kick?
Yeah, how do we remove?
Kick somebody from... Remove!
I'm above average for a woman.
Can't do this without me.
After I've kind of spoken to Gurgle, I will ask Luigi for another double brandy, shout, Flapjack. I won't tell it, I'll just be like, Flapjack's on the bar! And then I'll kind of like walk off and sit down with Crux.
Okay.
Double brandy, man. Jesus Christ.
I'm going to get Flapjack fucked up.
Oh yeah.
On the brandy.
Yeah.
Have it all out.
Okay. He's fine for now. He's keeping it together for now.
Okay.
But he is
partying.
drunk. He's partying. He's in the really
He's
happy
close.
stage of drunk right now.
He's in the zone.
Yeah.
Literally, one more drink and he's there in the corner going, and that's why I never spoke to my father. And there's just this like fucking drunk old dude going, there's that.
John Dave.
Literally.
Steve John. He's here.
John Dave in the corner. But yeah, I'll sit down with Crux at a table, just kind of reminiscing, telling him what
You do
you know.
so, and he tells you about the workings of kind of the elders in the tribe and what they used to do, and kind of gives you a bit more of a fleshed out history that explains the way things were a bit more. And he listens intently to everything you say from the more kind of youthful perspective, and you share stories, you share jokes. He offers you to try the carrot soup.
Oh yeah, we're definitely swapping suits.
Yeah.
Sounds a bit weird, but
swapping
yeah.
soups. But you see this kind
That's
of
what they call it.
this gruff old gif. A smile comes to his eye, and you can tell that it's nice. It's more than nice for him to have someone to talk about this to who understands.
Yeah, it's like shared trauma, isn't it? Like, it's always nice to just kind of like break the lid off it a bit.
Yeah.
I will so sort of seeing Bella standing on the side, and having been spinning for quite a while.
Don't throw up on me, please don't.
Rory's I can't. I would have. Rory kind of like stumbles on one foot and then stops dancing for a minute and puts his hands to his side and just says to Geo,
I need to go and recalibrate my gyroscopes. Thank you for this dance. And he kind of bows at the hips.
It's a pleasure was all mine, my friend. Calibrate away.
And as he sort of turns around and walks towards where Gurgle is, past Bella, you just see a little winky face come up on his.
I can't take this.
Just like a line, and then like a sort of less than symbol. Just like, and then I'm going to wander over to Gurgle.
Okay.
Leaving Geo alone on the dance floor.
Yeah. I mean, I assume I am. So just sort of, he sort of stands for a second, sort of crosses his arms, just smells the wine one more time and downs the rest of it before. I just want to take a scan around the room just to get sort of gauge the kind of patrons that are in here at the moment.
Okay.
If anyone.
I was hoping you were going to do a Jove and just.
Yeah.
Wrong character.
Roll me a insight check, please. Or perception, depending on what you'd prefer. It's up to you.
We'll go with insight because for some reason it's better than everything else. Oh, okay. Natural 19 for a 23.
23.
Nice.
So you're looking around, and everybody. There's a mishmash of all different species, and honestly, all different ages as well. There are a couple of tables which are filled with what seems to be families who are just kind of seeming their clothes are not the best quality. This is clearly a fairly run down lower class establishment, but there is this fundamental overwhelming sense of kinship and friendship and joviality and this trust, and there is no one's isolating themselves. They're all talking to each other, talking about anything and everything, just having a good time. And they all seem to it's similar to what Hesker and Crux are going through, is this shared trauma of having gone through similar things, being in the same kind of class system, having gone through life and lived it in a similar way, and now they face this external fear, and they are using this time and this space as a sanctuary in a way.
Okay. Just sort of taking it in for a second, because it's in what he does, it's very easy to sort of, it has been easy before to disconnect from the people around you, so he sort of just stands on the dance floor by himself for a while, and just not a while, but a minute or so, just looking at the patrons and all the sort of the happiness they're trying to gain from what they've got, and seeing Bella by herself, he kind of raises his glass and places it just on any table as he walks past, and just makes his way to the bar to her for conversation, unless anyone else wants to go first, or I will just carry on.
Go for it.
I don't want to take, I don't know if you want to go before me.
I'll do, mine will be very, very quick. So I'll just sort of go over to Gurgle, and he'll kind of slump down next to you wherever you're sitting.
You mentioned recently that you might have some ideas of upgrades.
Yeah, I think I can help. Did you have anything specific in mind, or do you want me to just Go for it.
Some of my friends still want me to have a face, but I don't see much functional benefit to that. However, I did have something in mind.
All right. What did you have in mind?
When I am not using my pistol, I have an arm free. I thought it could be useful to install some extra shielding. Are you experienced with lightweight materials?
Pickup line.
Give me a little bit of time, and I think I can figure something out.
It would need to be easily stowable, like this, and like
You see the socket where he puts the laser pistol in his hip just kind of go out of his leg a couple of times.
So you want extra protection?
something equivalent to a shield, but that I can retract and stow away.
Give me until tomorrow. I think I might have an idea.
Thank you, Gargle.
Of course. Also, do you want me to screw on your hips? Because you seem a little bit wobbly.
That would be greatly appreciated. I feel like I am due some maintenance.
No, that was the pickup line.
I can fix that.
I T-pose.
Amazing. Amazing. Just in the interest of time, because it is approaching 10, happy to have this brief combo if you would like.
I can keep it fairly brief.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking. I mean, it's us. Come on.
Yeah.
Sort of coming to the bar and just sort of taking a sort of two elbows to the side, leaning against it. He sort of looks around and taking it all in, just sort of turns to Will and goes, "Strange, isn't it? What this kind of situation will do to people."
Yeah. You see, she's like really awkward. So she hasn't really been speaking to anybody apart from anyone's spoken to her. She is very socially awkward when it comes to social interactions. Yeah, I don't really do this.
Don't do what?
Large groups of people?
You're missing out, but it's not everybody's cup of tea.
I mean, I can fight large groups of people, but...
Well, it's a different battle altogether to talk to them, isn't it?
Yes.
Is there anyone you are particularly missing? We all have someone in the world.
I don't know if I have them in the world at the moment.
Well,
but yes.
Then we can share a drink to hypothetical people in our lives then.
Do you have someone in the possible world?
I did. I do. I hope. She was by no mean, no stretch, not capable of taking down the entire universe. Was a high heel, but she was...
Wasn't meaning to laugh about a joke. It was a beautiful line. Keep going.
But we got separated a couple of months back. Same kind of raiders that attacked the ship. The place we were exploring was, well, in the heat of the moment, in the rush of trying to escape and survive, me and Ro got separated. And I don't for a second believe she didn't get out, but I have not been able to make contact yet or find much trace of what we had. So, yes, I hope.
I hope you get back to her too. I know what it is to leave someone in a dangerous place.
Do you still believe them to be in this dangerous place?
There's no one in Waterdeep anymore, so I hope that she left before.
I am sorry, Bella. I keep forgetting.
No, it's okay.
It's not okay.
She was very capable, and I'm sure she is fine.
Then I am sure as well. I believe you will find who you are looking for. If you want to know, it is why I'm out here, trying to stop this. And seeing, because I know it's 10.
You all spend an evening telling tales, getting to know one another a bit more, and you head to the inn rooms where you take a long rest.
One last thing.
Oh my god. I was going to do one last thing. Go on, what is it?
When everybody starts to head to bed, Gurgle will turn to Luigi, climb up onto a stool, and still with the visor off, but the goggles are there, so they are literally staring at him.
Yeah.
I need you to tell me everything about what this Galactic Empire is doing. Because what happened to Hesgoth home is not going to happen to mine.
Luigi pours himself a drink as everybody else begins to filter to their respective rooms and kind of takes out bedrolls and kind of clambers over and kind of levitates by one of the tables. So, come on, you sit down. Got a bit to talk about, and I will send you what Luigi has to say. But in the meantime, you all drift into slumber or stasis. And Bella, as you drift into sleep, you find yourself standing in the middle of a dark, deserted city. The moon hangs high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the empty streets. You feel a sense of unease wash over you as you look around, seeing the crickety structures around you almost seeming to sway on their foundations. Looking closer, you see cracks and decay, as though all life has been drained from the wood pillars and beams themselves. You recognize the street you're in, despite the changes since you've last been there. You know that this is where you cornered the envoy. A figure, wreathed in shadow, darts past you out of the corner of your eye, pausing to turn. Took you long enough! She turns to you. You very much recognize this blue tiefling individual who has a bit of a skip to their walk. I told you that we were meant to be here 2 hours ago. I've been skulking in the shadows for no reason.
I'm sorry, must have got caught up.
You know he's gonna be here soon. We gotta be prepared.
Okay. And I take her hand. Lead the way, as always.
Come on now. And kind of takes you to the same spot where you hid and waited and set your trap. And after a little while of just kind of reveling that she's there, it's almost like her vision seems to shift a bit. And she looks to you and goes, wait, Bella, something's not right. This isn't real. Something happened to Waterdeep. I got out. Someone came and helped us escape and take cover. I'm alive. I need to find you. I'm alive. And
try and grab
vanishes as soon as it disapparates in your grasp, and you bolt awake. And that is where we're going to end tonight's very eventful session.
Nice. That was so
good.
Damn.
Next time.
Loved that.
So good,
Loved
man.
That was your characters, guys.
Oh my god! Do you know what I've just realised?
What?
Rory's definitely recording his mission report before bed, so it's
hell yeah!
definitely going to be a drunk Rory recap.
So good, so good.
Oh,
So good, Hannah.
amazing.
That was amazing.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Sticking with us.
Thank you, viewers.
Yeah, thank you guys for sticking with us. And if you didn't catch it, I know a couple people had to dip early. Hope you enjoyed watching the VOD or the YouTube upload.
Oh yeah.
We see you. We see you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
good. Shout out to you guys. But run about 5 minutes over, but you know what? It was worth it. We squeezed a lot of RP in there.
Yeah, it was so good.
That was a good time.
Guys,
if you are not watching the YouTube video because you watched the whole stream, I mean, please go on there and leave us a like or
comments and stuff like that.
Comments. It really helps us out. So whatever you can do, we really appreciate it.
And if you wouldn't mind sticking around, we are going to raid someone now. We found a channel called Slothy Sloth. Apparently, they're doing a 24-hour birthday D&D stream, so there's lots of content there. So when you drop in there, put lots of hype in there. Tell them that you're from Tales on Tap, and let's show them all the support.
Wish whoever it is a happy birthday.
Exactly that. Exactly. So that's where we're going to go next.
All right. Amazing stuff. Thank you for sticking with us, guys. We'll see you next week.
See you among the stars.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was that bad.